Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Entered the Ninja World? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto is a pretty capable 7-year-old, far as he's concerned. After all, he lives on his own, and that's not something that others his age can claim. Of course, others his age aren't kicked out of the orphanage and given an apartment in an empty, abandoned building either. The building wasn't abandoned when he moved in, mind you. Everyone only left after Naruto moved in. For some reason unknown to Naruto, everyone in the village other than Gigi and Shikamaru hate him. And even they only speak with Naruto every now and then. So it is to Naruto's surprise when he walks out of his apartment, only to find Gigi standing in the hallway with a green-haired kid his age. And instead of being here to see Naruto, Gigi is helping the green-haired kid move into the apartment right next to Naruto. This, of course, is new. It is a mystery that needs to be solved, and there is nothing Naruto loves more than a mystery. Other than maybe ramen, and the view from the Hokage mountain, and the orange juice that Gigi brings him sometime. And okay, so maybe there's a lot that Naruto loves more than a mystery, but he'll still solve this one, or his name isn't Naruto, Tebeo. Gigi. Who's he? What are you doing here, Tebeo? The old man turns to look at Naruto and gives him a kind smile. Ah, Naruto. It's good to see you. This young man is Midoriya Izuku. He's going to be staying here, considering that the orphanages are full. Naruto tilts his head. Was he also kicked out? The green-haired kid Izuku suddenly looked up from whatever he was doing. Wait, we can get kicked out? What do I need to do to stay? Noticing that this Izuku guy is acting weird, Naruto walks up to him, takes him by the shoulders, and shakes him. You're acting weird, Tebeo. Pointing a thumb at himself, Naruto introduces himself. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Tebeo. I'm gonna become a super cool ninja, and then the best Hokage the village has seen. Izuku blinks up at him. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. What's a ninja? Naruto's mouth falls open. How could he not know what a ninja is? That's unforgivable. It should be a crime. Well, maybe not a crime. Not everyone can be as cool as him, after all. But if this guy doesn't know what ramen is, then Naruto will definitely call the ANBU people on him. They're these super cool people who go out and protect the village and they can breathe fire and walk on walls and stuff. Midoriya wrinkles his nose. So I can't become a ninja then? What? Why not? You just said they need to have a quirk. This time, it's Naruto's turn to get confused. What's a quirk? The cool stuff people can do, like breathe fire or walk on walls, like you just said. My daddy could breathe fire, and my mom and make stuff come to her when waved her arms like this. The Midoriya waves his arms around in an enthusiastic demonstration. But I can't do those stuff either. We learned to do that stuff at the Ninja Academy though, right Gigi? Naruto directs. That last bit towards the Hokage, who chuckles and nods. These ninjas, are they like heroes? Midoriya tentatively asks. Naruto nods enthusiastically, because of course ninjas are heroes. They're all so cool and respected, and they go out to fight and keep everyone in the village safe. They are. The Yondaime Hokage is the coolest though. He's like the fastest ninja to ever exist, and apparently he beat the Kyuubi. Midoriya, despite not fully understanding what Naruto just said, has stars in his eyes. Oh, I think I want to become a ninja too. I can't wait to breathe fire just like my dad used to. Wait, really? Naruto doesn't really know any kids his age that want to become ninja. Well, he doesn't know many kids his age, PRD, but that's beside the point. Do you want to become ninja together, then? Naruto is bouncing on the ball of his feet when he asks that, and Midoriya is excited enough to have joined him. Yeah, we'll be the coolest ninjas ever and we'll save everyone. Izuku decides that he likes Naruto. He's pretty cool and fun to hang around, and he treats Izuku like he's super smart or something, which is embarrassing but nice. And also, he doesn't hate Izuku for being quirkless. He's just Izuku to him, not Deku. He's also the first person to tell Izuku that he can be a hero. It's apparently called a ninja for some reason, But Izuku is still determined to become a hero that saves people with a smile, just like All Might. And Naruto said that they would become ninja together. Just like Kaken said that the two of them would be heroes together. Except Naruto is just so nice. He doesn't call Izuku names or call him stupid when he doesn't know something. So Izuku decides that Naruto is now his best friend. He knows that Naruto is his only friend, but he's also his best friend. So, when school starts, Izuku notices how the teachers are treating Naruto. How they're treating him the same way his old teachers used to treat him. He notices how they're treating Naruto like he's quirkless. Like he has a disgusting disease that they don't want to risk catching, even though Naruto is healthy. Izuku, more than anyone, knows what that's like. How teachers ignore, how they don't teach you properly, how they look at you like you're not worth the dirt under their feet. On one occasion, Izuku has even had someone tell these things to his face. So, he decides that he's going to help Naruto. If the teachers want to be mean and treat him badly, then Izuku will treat him nicely and try and help him with his homework. And if people treat Naruto's dream of becoming a ninja just like they treated Izuku's dream of being a hero, then Izuku is just going to have to believe in Naruto enough to make up for everyone else. Because Naruto believed in Izuku when no one else did, and far as Izuku is concerned, it's the least he can do in return. Besides, he wouldn't be much of a hero if he just ignored it. So, once classes were over, Izuku walks up to Naruto and asks him if he wants to study together. Naruto's eyes widen. Me? He asks, pointing a finger at his face. The stuff I was taught was different. I wanted to know if you wanted to study together? We could help each other. Izuku starts getting less and less confident the longer he speaks. How would he have been able to help Naruto with homework if he himself doesn't know it? He's never even heard of the elemental nations before, and now he's being taught about their history and stuff. He only knows the history of Japan. But it seems that Izuku was worrying over nothing as usual, because Naruto lights up and shakes his head. Of course, you want to go train after we finish studying? Why? Izuku panted out, are we running so much? Naruto, from where he is all the way down the street, turns around and runs back to where Izuku is collapsed, and pokes him with a stick he found. Why are you taking a nap on the street? If you were that sleepy, we could have gone home to Bayo. In between greedily inhaling as much air as he can, Izuku levels Naruto with the most deadpan look he can. I'm not, he pauses to take a breath. I'm not taking a nap. I collapsed because I am tired and I can't keep up with your stamina. Are you sure that isn't your quirk? Maybe it increases your blood flow, allowing you to take in more oxygen? Or what if your lungs are just capable of more efficiently taking in oxygen? After all, an ordinary lung only has an efficiency of 74% when breathing. Izuku! Hearing his name snaps him out of his mutter storm. I didn't understand any of that. And I don't even know what this quirk thing is. Now, are you gonna get up? Izuku lets out a loud groan. But I'm so tired. Naruto shrugs his shoulders. If you want to give up here, go ahead. But I'm gonna keep going until I become the Hokage, to Bayo. And that is so not fair. But he is right. If Izuku stopped now, he would be giving up. He finally has someone that believes in his dream, finally has a friend. Like hell is he gonna disappoint him by giving up? He slowly pushes himself up to his feet. Let's go then. Naruto gives him a wide grin, turns around, and bolts. Maybe he should rethink the whole keep up with Naruto in running thing. This is so boring, Naruto whines again. Izuku never thought to try and keep count, so he doesn't know how many times he's done it so far. Maybe he should keep a count next time? Izuku! I am dying. Help. Izuku stops what he was doing and looks toward Naruto. We only entered the library half an hour ago. We haven't even found books to read yet. I know. We should just leave this place to Bayo. Why don't we go get some ramen? I'll pay if we leave now. Izuku, still slightly upset over having to run so long the other day, and just a bit petty, smiles as innocently as he can manage. But I thought you wanted to be a ninja? Are you giving up so soon? And at that, Naruto instantly freezes and stays that way for a good few minutes. His face slowly morphs into a determined scowl, and he hops onto a chair. course I'm not giving up. That's just not my ninja way. I'm gonna kick this library's butt, then I'll become Hokage. You'll see. But first we need to become strong ninja. Isn't the Hokage supposed to be the strongest ninja in the village? Naruto, who had gotten down from the chair as quickly as he climbed it, nods along. Like the fourth Hokage. Like the fourth Hokage. Izuku agrees. But then why are we here? We should go train if I want to become a strong ninja. Izuku just stares at him, hoping that Naruto will realize what he just said. When it seems like he won't be having an epiphany anytime soon, Izuku decides to just explain. Train what? Huh? What will you train? How will you train? Oh, Naruto fumbles over his words, backed into a metaphorical corner, and unsure of what to say. I'll run? And practice throwing kunai. But don't all cool and powerful ninja know jutsu? Yeah, but we'll learn about that in the academy, right? We don't need to work right now, Tebeo. Like I said, fine. Give up if you want. I'm going to go read up on ninja and chakra and jutsu and stuff. That way when we get to the academy, I'll know what to do and start learning cooler stuff. Fine. But I didn't give up, Tebeo. Naruto grumbles. Naruto just stares at where Izuku is standing, scuffing his feet, and wringing his hands, at his front door. After a moment's silence, Naruto speaks up. Aren't supposed to be like, super smart, or something? Izuku waves his hands in front of his face and squeaks out a reply, his face red. I never said that. But you're always reading stuff, and you have the highest grades in class. Izuku's face gets even redder, and he mumbles out a response. What was that? I said I don't know how it happened, okay? Naruto just stares at him for another moment. I'll help, but only if you help me figure out how it happened. Izuku is quick to nod. Anything to fix this. Come inside then. Naruto moves aside, letting Izuku in. Once they're both seated, Naruto starts. Okay, what all did you buy? Izuku can do that. He's always had a good memory. On the first day of the month dash. Nope. Naruto yells, crossing his arms in front of his face. Izuku just looks at him in confusion. Didn't he just ask him to list everything he bought? I won't be able to remember everything if you say it like that. Just ignore when you bought stuff, and just list the things. Oh, I bought some stuff to write with, and some notebooks. There was also this cool bookstore that had books about past ninja and the history of the different nations, so I bought those too. And my light bulb isn't working and I didn't know what to do about it, so I just bought a bunch of candles. Naruto nods along to what Izuku says and just continues to stare at him once he finished. He just keeps staring at him for a bit, and Izuku just sits there, squirming in his seat. And what? What else did you buy? Nothing. Wait, you bought nothing else? Izuku shakes his head. What about food? Did you buy food, Tebeo? When Izuku shakes his head, Naruto starts getting increasingly frantic. Did you buy clothes then? Or furniture? Maybe you bought coupons? Or eat out at one of the weirdly clean restaurants? Izuku doesn't even have the time to shake his head. Naruto just moves on, listing things that he could have bought. Once he's done, the two of them just sit in silence for a few minutes. I'm taking care of your money from now on. Naruto is half glaring at Izuku with his arms crossed. What? Why? Letting out a huff of breath, Naruto says, You spent all this month's money on books and candles, Izuku. I'm keeping an eye on money from now. You can borrow some of my stuff for the month. Izuku feels a bit uncomfortable at that. He just wanted to borrow some stuff, not have Naruto take on the responsibility of managing his money. When he says as much to Naruto, he calls Izuku a dumbass and moves to the kitchen. You help me with my homework, right? I can help you with this. I'm good at budgeting. You mean budgeting? Naruto just smiles at him. See, you're helping me even now. Sides, what kinda Hokage will I be if I don't even help out my friends, Tebeo? Izuku and Naruto are lying in a field they found, stargazing. It was Naruto's birthday, and people were mean to him the whole day. So they came out here instead. We should have nicknames for each other. Naruto looks over from beneath the tree he sat under. Why? Because we're best friends, And best friends have nicknames for each other. Naruto grins wide when Izuku says that they're best friends. And Izuku realizes he was also grinning when he said that they were best friends. Oh yeah? I'm gonna have the coolest nickname then, Tebeo. What about Naruken? Naruto scrunches up his face. That sounds weird though. Weird how? Izuku asks with a tilt of his head. I dunno. Just sounds weird. Okay, then how about Naken? That's just the same thing as last time, Tebeo. Fine. I'll think up something different then. Izuku sits up to glare at Naruto, then goes back to thinking. Wait, I have a nickname for you. Chun. I know it's Kick-Ass, Tebeo. No need to thank me. Izuku beams. That's what Kaken used to call him before he got his quirk. Neither of them could pronounce the other's name and just called each other Zu and Ka. What if I call you Token then? Like Naruto? Sounds good, Tebeo. Izuku promises to himself that he'll be good enough this time. He'll be strong enough that his best friend won't leave him again. Token. No. Token. No, Izuku. Narrative. Please. Just this once. No. Where'd you even find someone willing to sell you a replica of the Hokage mountain, Tebeo? It's the guy that sells the weird masks. Izuku says, bouncing in place. You mean the guy that sold you a painted rock last month? Izuku immediately deflates and starts sulking. It's not his fault that he fell for that. How was he supposed to know what's possible and what's not in a place as weird as the elemental nations? He hears Naruto grumble from beside him. Oi, why are you upset? I'm the one getting dragged to the library. Izuku takes a deep breath. Naruto, he says because he's heard this same thing so many times already, you are not being dragged to the library. You can go do something else if this is boring. Do what? I dunno, Token. Maybe you can give spying on the ninja another shot? We still don't know how to unlock chakra, even though it's supposed to be like, super important. Naruto pumps his fist. Thus, I'm gonna learn all their secrets, Tebeo. And then he's off before Izuku can get another word in. Not that he wanted to. At least now he can read that book on the structure of the Konohagakure sewer system without Naruto complaining. When Sasuke climbed up the tree to spy on his father training Itachi and Ai to become a genin, he didn't expect to see a blonde kid the same age as him already up there. What are you doing here? The blonde swivels his head towards him with wide eyes. Shoo. He looks back to where the Uchiha were training, then whispers. What if they heard us, Tebeo? Don't shush me. Why are you spying on Itachi and Ai? I wanted to find out how we were supposed to use chakra. Thought I'd spy on some ninja to figure it out. Sasuke breaks out into a grin. Guess we thought alike then. Wait, you want to be a ninja too? HN. I am. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. What's your name? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Tebeo. It's nice to meet you. You want to train together? Excuse me, may I sit here? Izuku startles out of the book he was reading and sees a pink-haired girl pointing towards one of the free chairs at his table. Oh, sure. You're welcome to take it. She sets down her stack of books and starts reading. Izuku, being the curious soul he is, peeks over the table to try and figure out what book she's reading. He doesn't know anyone his age that liked to spend time at the library as much as he does. Well, at least in Konoha. His neighbor, Sihikun, used to love going to the library with Izuku before moving away. The pink-haired girl seems to notice his curiosity and tilts the book she was reading. I'm reading a book on the founding of Konoha. Is it nice? She nods. It's like super old, so it has stuff in it that the other books don't. That sounds pretty cool. Can I read it after you're done? She smiles at him. Sure. I'm Haruno Sakura, by the way. Nice meeting you. He stands on his chair to extend his hand across the table. Midoriya Izuku. Nice meeting you, Haruno-san. Zuchan. Zuchan, open up. The door swings open to show a green-haired kid. What is it, Token? Uzumaki breaks into a wide grin. I found a new friend, Tebeo. Token turns to look at him then, Sasuke having gone unnoticed. Till now. Oh, hello. My name is Midoriya Izuku. It is nice to meet you. he says with a bow. Remembering his manners, Sasuke bows back. I am Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Why are the two of you talking so stuffy, Tebeo? Sasuke hears Midoriya-san sigh, before replying. Because it's polite token. Why won't this DMN thing go straight? Calm down token. You can try it again. You'll get it eventually. Well, yeah, but it's annoying that I don't even know what I'm messing up Tebeo. Sasuke speaks up. It's because you're holding the kunai wrong. You're supposed to hold it like this, with your thumb over your fingers. Kinda like holding a hammer. Both Midoriya and Uzumaki try to mimic Sasuke, with varying levels of success. Is this correct, Uchiha-san? HN. It is. Uzumaki still has the wrong stance though. How the hell do you even know all this, Tebeo? Sasuke shrugs. Itachi and I taught me. Happy birthday, Izuku-kun. Happy birthday, Zuchan. Izuku takes in his surroundings with bleary eyes from where he is at the door to the bedroom, tearing up the more he looks. Apparently his friends decided to break into his apartment and set up a banner and cake. Sasuke-kun is even wearing a party hat. Izuku launches towards them, dragging them into a hug, sobbing out thank you repeatedly. He hasn't had a birthday party in years. He didn't think he would have won this year, especially since his mom isn't here. When he feels Sasuke-kun and Token hug him back, he pulls them in closer. I hope I'm placed on the same team as you too, Sasuke panted out. All three of them were lying on the ground, exhausted from all the running and sparring. Coughing lightly, Izuku turns his head towards Sasuke. Team. Sasuke hums in response. Yeah, ninja work in teams. Apparently genin teams are allowed to stay together even after they're promoted if they're good enough. Naruto groans. Why do you always know this kind of stuff, Tebeo? Sasuke, despite his exhaustion, smiles. Itachi and I. Of course, don't know why I expected anything else, Naruto replies with a scoff. Hearing that they'll be put on teams drove Izuku to go back to the library. It's so cool that all ninja work in teams. He wonders if there's any difference from hero teams, like the Flaming Sidekickers, or the Wild Pussycats. He's already read a little bit about the 4 Hokage, and they all sound pretty cool. Like heroes. He wants to know. The new notebook he bought for hero notes is so empty. He, of course, made sure to write down All Might's entry from memory. He also wrote in entries for the 4 Hokage, but that's far too little for how long he's been here. So he's set on trying to find any famous teams. And find the information he does. The Densetsu no Sannin. The 3 most legendary ninja to exist, each a force of nature, and near unstoppable when together. Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin. Known for his unparalleled ninjutsu skill and mastery of poisons. Was able to summon snakes. Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin. Known for being the only person to have ever mastered senjutsu outside of myths. Was able to summon toads. Senju Tsunade, the Slug Sannin. Best medic nin to ever exist, and has created a technique that gives her super strength. Was able to summon slugs. They are all so cool. He hopes that his team will be able to just as cool. Happy birthday, Sasuke-kun. Is a statement echoed by both Izuku and Naruto. Sasuke just stands there at the edge of their clearing, staring at his 2 friends. Naruto walks closer to him, apparently having gotten bored of waiting for Sasuke's response. Here you go, Sasuke. I got you a tomato plant. I thank you. You're welcome, Tebeo. And here's my gift, Sasuke-kun. I got you a book on gardening. I still think getting him a book was boring, Zuchan. HN. Of course you do. You don't know how to read. Sasuke's smirk grows wide when he sees Naruto turn red, with the veins on his forehead bulging. I know how to read you, Jay. You demon brat. Naruto, from his place in an alley down the street, starts snickering. He turns to his partner. That was great, Sasuke. I never would have been able to pull that off on my own. I so would have been seen. Sasuke tilts his head. What did you even do, anyway? Leaning around the corner, Naruto starts snickering anew. I put a balloon filled with paint on top of the door. You were a great distraction, Tebeo. I mean, take a look at that guy. Sasuke leans over the corner as well and immediately starts laughing, prompting Naruto to shush him. Be quiet. We don't want to get his attention. He'll definitely blame us, Tebeo. Naruto shoots up from where he's lying down, prompting Izuku and Sasuke to look at him. Guys, Naruto says frantically, we need to fix this. It's important. Izuku and Sasuke look at each other, then back at Naruto. Fix what? Sasuke. Naruto shouts, waving enthusiastically at where he's sitting. Sasuke replies in the most deadpan voice that Izuku heard. Thanks. Oh, shut up. I meant that you didn't have a nickname. I mean, the two of you are my best friends, and only Zuchan has a nickname. Sasuke immediately wrinkles his nose. No thanks, I'm good. Oh, don't worry, I'll think of something real good. Sasuke turns towards Izuku and asks somewhat desperately, aren't you going to stop that idiot? Who are you calling an idiot? Izuku, who has by this point become fed up with his two friends having the same argument, butts in. Token, just ignore him and think of a good nickname. Sasuke whips his head around so quick that Izuku was concerned he might have hurt his neck, and shoots him a betrayed look. Izuku just smiles back at him. Oh, I got it. What about Sachan? Absolutely not. Fine. Then what about Sachin? 'Cause you're always doing stuff? And it's also in your name. You know, I think we should have like, a hideout. That'd be pretty cool. Tebeo. Izuku blinks from his place on a tree branch and looks towards Naruto. What? Like an agency? Like for when we're ninja? Yeah. It'll be our super secret hideout, Tebeo. We can put a training place and leave supplies and stuff. We can keep our pranking supplies and training gear there for now, and our ninja equipment later. We could also plan out our pranks from there. Izuku says as he jumps onto a tree branch on a different tree, only barely keeping himself from falling over. Naruto looks towards where Sasuke is practicing throwing kunai. What do you think, Sachin? You in? Sasuke pauses after he throws the kunai in his hand. Long as it's a secret between the three of us. Itachi and I doesn't have a secret hideout. He turns around to look at Naruto then. But if we make a hideout, it's going to be the best hideout to exist. You're not going to be doing it on your own. What? Why the hell not? I don't trust you to not make the hideout as stupid as you are. Naruto launches himself at Sasuke with a growl. Oh, I'll show you, stupid. Luckily for Sasuke, he dodges. Unfortunately, that only seems to annoy Naruto even more. Stay still, damn it. I'm gonna kick your butt when I get my hands on you. You have to catch me first, slowpoke. Sasuke retorts with a cackle, still running away. Itachi Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha. A ninja of legendary caliber, rumored to have been stronger than the Sannin, and someone whose mere name was enough to terrify armies. The only other to accomplish the same was Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, and the Yondaime Hokage. It's too bad the books in the library don't say anymore. He misses being able to take notes by watching hero fights on TV. Maybe there's more information about that stuff in a different book. It's too bad he can't watch them fight or ask them questions. He doesn't really know where they are. Maybe that's in a different book. Unfortunately, the library is huge. He's not sure how he's going to find this stuff. After much deliberation, he decides to ask for help. People who have been coming here longer than him should know more, right? Only issue is who to ask. He doesn't know any of the people here, and they're all so much older than him, and the librarian looks old and mean. So it is to his great relief when he runs into a familiar face on turning a corner. Haruno-san. Bye. Nice to see you again. Izuku smiles, rocking back and forth on his heels with his hands behind his back. It's nice to see you too. Hey, could possibly help me find a book? It's just, I wasn't really sure who to ask and you seem to know where stuff is. It's fine if you don't. I can figure it out eventually. Sure, she replies with a grin. What are you looking for? Izuku lets out a sigh of relief. He was worried that she would hate him for annoying her. It's on the ninja. I was wondering if there's any more information on some of the cooler ninja I read about. The Densetsu no Sannin, or the White Fang of Konoha. She scrunches up her brows. I don't know. Haven't read any books like that. Shaking her head, she gives another smile. Should be fun to read. You mind if I read them once you're done? Sasuke feels his friends approach him, and glances up from the scroll he was reading. Naruto collapses down next to Sasuke, leaning against the tree he sat under, with Izuku following suit soon after. What are you reading, Sachin? I thought you said you were too busy to train with Naruto and I today? It's a scroll on the history of the Uchiha clan. Father gave it to me today. I'm apparently mature enough to start learning about it. So you cut our training so you could read? I swear, I'll never get you and Zuchan, Tibeo. Sasuke opens his mouth to speak, but Izuku speaks before he can. You just haven't found anything you find interesting, Token. Right, Sasuke? HN. I doubt the idiot will actually take interest in anything to do with reading. The moment those words leave his mouth, Sasuke feels as if he's made a mistake. He slowly turns to look at Izuku, to find him staring back at him. Izuku slowly gives a large and open grin. Oh, I guess we'll see, won't we? The stain on his ceiling kind of looks like a butterfly. Butterflies are cool. They can just fly and hang around flowers all the time. Naruto wishes he can fly. That'd be so fun. Then he can just leave this and be free. Come on, Token. Stop brooding, you're almost done. Naruto whines in response. But it's so boring. Who cares what some old guy did? Nakatani-sensei, apparently, considering it's homework. Naruto lets out a groan and flops forwards to lie on his face. Come on, Naruto. You know this stuff. Just finish writing it so we can go train. Sasuke's gonna be sad that we're late. Senju Hashirama, also known as Hashirama of the Forest, and the god of shinobi, the Shodaime Hokage, and the founder of Konohagakure alongside Uchiha Madara. He was the only person in recorded history to ever have the Mokutan bloodline. His brother, Senju Tobirama, known as the Byakko, or the Silver Storm of Konoha, became the Nidaime Hokage following Hashirama's death. It seems that the Nidaime was the one who founded most of the systems that are used not only in Konoha, but in most of the hidden villages. Izuku pauses reading and flips back in his notebook till he gets to the entry on the Sannin. The slug Sannin is also a Senju, the only one out of the Sannin with a clan. Wonder if she was related to the Shodaime and Nidaime. He makes a note in the margin to check later, then goes back to his book. But as soon as he reads the next line, his eyes widen in surprise, and he rereads it to make sure he isn't seeing things. But nope, it was still there, the letters popping out of the book as if taunting him and his lack of knowledge. Senju Hashirama was married to Uzumaki Mito of Yuzushigakure. He looks around and gets up soon as he finds who he's looking for. Sakura-chan, I was reading that old book on the founding of Konoha that you gave me, thank you for that by the way, and found something to look into. You want to help? Ooh, a new project. What are we trying to find? Anything about a village called Uzushiagar. Naruto was sitting in their clearing, planning out his next big prank where he releases bugs into the shop that sold him rotten food, when Izuku comes barreling in, barely holding onto the pile of scrolls he has. Sasuke, who was sitting across from him till now, helping him to perfect the prank so that he can't be blamed, gets up and moves to where Izuku is, Naruto following right on his heels. Careful, Uzujin. What was with the rush anyway? Sasuke asks, taking a few of the scrolls from his hands. Smiling at Sasuke in gratitude, Izuku replies. I found some cool stuff at the library, and I just had to bring my notes here as quick as I could. You guys won't believe what I found. Especially you, Token. He dumps the scrolls down in front of him and sits down with his legs in a W shape, then looks towards Naruto and Sasuke, gesturing them to sit down as well. Naruto cautiously takes a seat on the other side of the scrolls as Izuku, because as curious as he is, he also knows to be careful around Izuku's books if he doesn't want to somehow be convinced to read more boring books than he absolutely has to. Izuku clears his throat and opens one of the scrolls. Okay, so you both know who the Shodaime was, right? It was Senju Hashirama, Tibeo. Yeah, do either of you know who his wife was? Or what clan she was of? Or where she was from even? Izuku questions them, eyes the widest he's seen so far, and voice filled with excitement. Naruto shakes his head. They didn't learn much about the founding of the village yet. They're still teaching them about the warring states PRD in school. Izuku was literally shaking, whether from nerves or excitement was to be seen. Before either Sasuke or Naruto could ask him if he was alright, Izuku barrels on. Izuku recites the information with a wide grin, rocking back and forth where he's sitting. Her name was Uzumaki Mito of the Uzumaki clan, and she was from Yuzushigakure, the village hidden in eddies. What? He has a clan. A family. He looks towards Izuku, desperate for more information. What? He croaks out, where, please. He stops speaking, feeling like crying, feeling like throwing up, or punching something, or doing something because what is going on? He leans forward and curls in on himself, clutching at his chest. He can't breathe and he wants to throw up and cry and just sleep. He's not sure what is going on and he wants it to stop because it hurts and he doesn't know where or why. Uchiha Sasuke, for all that he was surrounded by people growing up, was always lonely. People looked at him and he was an Uchiha, or Itachi's brother, or Fugaku's son. Never Sasuke. No one's ever just seen Sasuke with the exception of Itachi and II. That is, of course, until he met Naruto, and by extension, Izuku. The two of them couldn't care less that he was from a founding clan, or about who his family is. To them, he was just their friend, and so he cares about them. He took the time to learn about them. He knows that Izuku has a muttering habit but flinches every time he notices it. Knows that he's not from Haino Kuni. Knows that he's been as lonely as Sasuke has been. Knows that Naruto hides on top of the Yandame's statue head whenever he's upset. Knows that he's also lonely till he met Izuku and Sasuke. The point is he knows his friends, so he feels his eyes widen the moment the words leave Izuku's mouth. Naruto has always wanted to know more about his family, and his parents, and where he came from. He must be ecstatic right now. But then Naruto collapses to the floor sobbing, clutching, clawing his chest, curled in on himself on the floor, shaking, and Sasuke is no longer certain he knows his friends as well as he thought. Why is he crying? What can he do to help? Is he hurt? Shaking off his confusion and concern, Sasuke reaches over to hopefully try and shake Naruto out of whatever's happening to him. Naruto flinches away from him, now a bit further away, and starts heaving. Sasuke can see blood on Naruto's shirt where he was clutching it, and on a second glance can see that Naruto's fingers have blood on their tips. Sasuke doesn't know what to do. His best friend suddenly got sick and seems hurt, but he doesn't know how and he's actually injured and God's is Naruto dying? He keeps staring at Naruto helplessly, unsure of what to do next, what he can do next, until he starts seeing Naruto in slow motion. Out of the corner of his eyes, he sees that Izuku is panicking over Naruto. He takes a deep breath. If all three of them are panicking, he thinks with a sudden clarity, then there will be no one to help. After a moment of deliberation, he decides to sing the same lullaby his mom sings to him whenever he has a nightmare. This can't be that different from a nightmare, can it? He sits down and starts humming the beginning. Haruno Sakura had a happy life. She lives in a nice house, and she has pretty dresses and loving parents. She does. But she's often been alone. Her parents are real busy and leave her alone to do things on her own, but it isn't so bad. She learnt so many cool things because of it. She knows how to cook and clean, and wash the dishes, and do the laundry, and all the stuff adults are supposed to know. She's all grown up. So it's fine that they're not there. And she gets bullied at school because of her big forehead, and that isn't really nice, but it's fine. She spends most of her time in the library anyway, and it's not like she'll run into bullies there. And she's learnt so many things and read so many books now. It's just, she really wishes she had a friend. 'Cause sometimes she is so sad and lonely when she goes home to her empty house. And then one day she did make a friend. His name was Midoriya Izuku, and he had weird green hair, and liked books and reading as much as she does, and he keeps asking her for help and advice. And he's never once made fun of her for her forehead either. So when she sees him walk into the library while talking to a blonde guy their age, she feels her heart drop. Of course he would have other friends. And now he's going to stop talking to her because he has someone else to hang out with. But before her thoughts could get any more self-deprecating, Izuku turns towards her, flashes her a bright smile, and makes his way towards her, dragging the blonde behind him all the while. Hey, Sakura-chan. How are you doing? This is Uzumaki Naruto. Token, this is Haruno Sakura. She's super smart. She knows so much stuff. Sakura blushes at his words. She's not that smart. Whoa, really? Navi, can you help us then? Oh, sure. What are you looking for this time, Izuku? Izuku reaches into his bag and pulls out a scroll, handing it to her. You remember how a few days back we looked for books on Yuzushiogakure? Well, in that it mentioned that the Uzumaki clan were unnaturally gifted in Fuinjutsu, whatever that is. As you heard, Token is Uzumaki, so we figured we'd try and see if there were any books on this Fuinjutsu thing. Sakura, reading through their notes on the same thing, nods. That would make sense. Both the learning the Fuinjutsu part and the blonde being an Uzumaki. It did say that Yuzushiogakure and Kanahagakure were sister villages. Handing the scroll back to him, Sakura nods. I'll help you find the stuff, but on one condition. What is it, Tebeo? Well, if it turns out that you're super good at it, Uzumaki-san, could you help me learn it? I've seen it mentioned in a different book a while back, and thought it was cool and interesting. When Naruto found out that his clan, the Uzumaki clan, were super cool and super strong ninja that were the best there was in Fuinjutsu, he decided that he's going to follow in their footsteps. He was even more motivated when he found out that since the downfall of his clan, seal masters have virtually gone extinct, meaning no one will be able to figure out his techniques. So here he is, sitting at the library with Zuchan and Sakura, reading through stacks of Fuinjutsu books and scrolls. They weren't able to find anything that actually taught Fuinjutsu, but they were able to find a lot of books talking about the theory and stuff. Naruto expected that he'd have to try his best to focus and not get bored immediately, but that was, surprisingly, unnecessary. It just kind of makes sense. Fuinjutsu is apparently just a very, very complicated language, with each part of a seal adding up to a whole. Every slide, symbol and letter coming together to form a sentence, a command. Of course the symbol for beetle and the kanji for life shouldn't be put together using a downward curve. That's how you get giant killer. Beetles, that's just common sense. Shaking his head, Naruto gets back to reading the book filled with theory. He still has a couple of books filled with the history of Yuzushiogakure and the Uzumaki clan left, and he wants to get through those as soon as possible. For years, Kakashi has known that he was an omen. A harbinger of death. He's not sure when he realized it. Maybe when he was 4 and stumbled upon his father's corpse. Or when he was older, when Obito died because of his selfishness. Or even when he shoved his hand through Rin's chest. But the event that solidified his opinion was the death of his mom and dad Sensei and Kushina. As much as he pretends otherwise, Kakashi is still one of the best ninja alive. A borderline S-rank ninja by the age of, so he knows what people call him and he knows it's true. He's the only shinobi where his own friends' allies are as scared of him as his enemies are. To his enemies, he's Kakashi of the Sharingan, or the infamous copy ninja, or on rare occasions, the son of the White Fang. But in the village? In the village, he's known as Friend Killer Kakashi. He's feared as much as he was respected, hated as much as he was liked. And Kakashi's made peace with that. So he's a bit surprised when a tiny, blonde, human runs towards him and greets him with a blinding smile. Hi. You look kinda sad, you okay? Kakashi looks at his little brother, the kid he's not allowed to initiate contact with, sparkling eyes identical to his dad the Yondaime Hokage, and a bubbly personality near identical to his mom Kushina, and feels something inside of him snap. Ma, I'm fine, brat. What are you doing here at noon anyway? Aren't you supposed to be in school right now? Naruto puffs up his cheeks and tries to level Kakashi with a glare. I am, but it's so boring. And it rained the other day, so I just had to be out. I mean, look at what I found, Tebeo. Naruto gasps, his eyes widening. Wait, I have an idea. Gimme your hand. Amused at his antics and delighted at finally interacting with his little brother, Kakashi stretches his hand down into Naruto's reach. Naruto immediately plops a frog into Kakashi's hand. Kakashi looks at the frog. The frog looks back. The thing looks about as confused as Kakashi is feeling right about now. What's this? A friend. Naruto beams. Kakashi nods. I'll cherish it. And for once, he means it. His kid brother sensei's son gave him a frog to take care of, and Kakashi is nothing if not dedicated to the mission. He will see this through. Naruto's beaming smile grows a bit subdued and shy. Do you want to help me catch more of them? They always show up when it rains and they're pretty cool, Tebeo. Kakashi looks at the pup in front of him, at the only family he has left, and comes to a decision. He is Hatake Kakashi of the Hatake clan. A clan of wolves. Of loyalty, of family. If anyone tries to take away his pup from him, may God have mercy on their soul, for he sure won't. Sure thing, brat. The way. Hey, you two? I've been thinking. Chen. Naruto reaches over from where he's sitting and whacks Sasuke over the head. Use words, damn it. Sasuke scowls at him. I'll speak however I want. Naruto leans towards him. We can't understand you if you just grunt half the time. And you say that I have bad vocabulary. The both of them stop when they feel a paper ball hit them in the side of the head. They turn in the direction the ball came from, to see an exasperated Izuku staring at them with his arms crossed. As I was saying, I've been thinking about what Sasuke said a while back, about us being on a team together. What about it? Sasuke questions. Well, I've been looking up past teams, right? To try and see what we'd need to do to become effective, and to become the best. What I've found so far is that the teams that are well known all have members with different specializations. What do you mean, Zuchan? Izuku sits there, thinking about how to explain it for a few seconds. Okay, so here's an example. The Densetsu no Sannin are the strongest 3-unit team to exist. And yeah, they're all super strong on their own, but they complement each other. The Snake Sannin is extremely good at Kenjutsu and Juinjutsu, the Toad Sannin at Fuinjutsu and Senjutsu, and the Slug Sannin at Iriajutsu and Taijutsu. And all three of them are good at ninjutsu on top of that. Izuku can see realization dawn on both Sasuke and Naruto's faces. That way, there won't be a situation that at least one of them won't be able to handle, Sasuke whispers, and it only seems to fire up Naruto even further. Oh hell yeah. We're gonna be kick-ass. I'll pick Fuinjutsu, then. Right, and I'll go with Taijutsu. The both of them turn to Sasuke, who just frowns. I don't know what to pick. That's fine, Suchin. I'm sure you'll figure it out. And Zuchan and I can help, Tebeo. Hey Kakashi, what's chakra? Can you teach us how to use it? Please? Kakashi closes the book he was reading, another trashy romance novel, and looks towards his pup and his 2 tagalongs. Alright, fine. Sit down, brats. The 3 immediately and eagerly follow his instructions. If only genin cells were this obedient, Kakashi thinks. He closes his eyes and thinks of how to explain this. Chakra is something that every living creature has. But to use it for jutsu, you need to train your body to make more of it than the small amount that keeps you alive. You have in chakra, the spiritual or mental aspect. It's the half of chakra that defines who you are as a person, a representation of your mind, of your soul. The other half is yang chakra. The physical aspects of chakra. The tangibility, the strength, stamina, speed, that sort of thing. When he opens his eyes, it's to the sight of Naruto and the Uchiha listening with rapt attention, while the green-haired brat was taking notes. Where did he even get that notebook from? Kakashi-san, you mentioned that we will need to make more of it before we can use chakra for anything other than staying alive. How would we go about it? Also, does this mean animals can, theoretically, use jutsu? The bookworm, huh? Ma, I was getting to that, broccoli-kun. And my name is Midoriya Izuku, Kakashi-san. You say something? And never mind. Is Kakashi being an a-hole to a kid? Yes, he is. Is it hilarious? The answer to this was also yes. Anyway, as I was saying, you make this hand sign, Kakashi says, gesturing with his chin towards his hands which were doing the hand sign, and try and feel for your yin and yang chakra. Once you succeed in doing that, imagine that you're slowly mixing the 2 energies. If you did it right, your hands should glow blue. Hyuga Hinata is hurt. Covered in bruises. But that's not much different than normal. And it's fine if she keeps getting hurt. If she's getting hurt, that means little Hanabi won't be. So she tells herself that it's fine, that it's for the best. But she's never quite able to convince herself. Their clan taijutsu style hurt to be hit by, as Hinata knows from personal experience. She doesn't want to hurt someone else like that. But to her father and the elders, such thoughts are unacceptable. As the future head of the clan, she needs to be a strong leader and a strong ninja. No way around it. She just hopes that she'll be able to find a way to be a strong and capable ninja and not have to hurt people. Hokage-sama, Kakashi greets with a bow. He's pretty sure he knows why he's been called into the Hokage's office, but he's going to keep quiet for now. No point in giving people ammunition they didn't know existed. Kakashi, do you know why I called for you? I do not. Sarutobi takes a puff of his pipe. Out of everyone, you were the last one I expected this from. Kakashi just stands there, staring at his Hokage with his one visible eye. Treason, Kakashi? Sarutobi asks with a shake of his head. You've been taking too many missions, you've been acting out due to stress. It's fine, just make sure not to repeat this, and we can all move this little fiasco. Kakashi straightens immediately. May I know how, exactly, I've committed treason? Kakashi chirps. Leveling him with a flat stare, Sarutobi replies. No one connected to Minato was allowed to contact young Naruto. You know I decreed that. Kakashi lets out a small giggle. When he looks at Sarutobi's confused face, he starts chuckling. He lets out a full-blown cackle when he can smell the Hokage's discomfort. Do you truly hate your village that much, Hokage-sama? He stalks forward and leans on the desk. I am Hatake Kakashi of the Hatake clan, son of the White Fang and student of the Yellow Flash. I was an S-rank ninja when I was still a teenager. I was one of the strongest ninja this village has ever produced when I was lost and broken, when I was hoping that an enemy would get lucky and kill me. And now that I'm whole once more, now that I'm taking my training seriously for the first time in a decade, you think you're capable of keeping me away from my pup? Sarutobi gets out of his chair soon as Kakashi nears the desk, and he felt the Anbu come out partway through his rant. But Kakashi can't bring himself to care. Let them try him. Stop this nonsense at once, Kakashi. You may be powerful, but you are far from the strongest ninja in this village. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Guy are all capable of putting you in the ground. And don't forget, the Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village. Why, those are some fascinating examples, Hokage-sama. Kakashi crows. You have, in order, Naruto's godfather who was just as upset as I was about your law, Naruto's only living family, and my best friend. And if you think you're still the strongest in the village, your age must be catching up to you. You haven't been in a fight in decades. If I need try me. Kakashi stares at Sarutobi, never once breaking eye contact the whole time he's been speaking. Eventually, Sarutobi sighs. Fine. You can stay in contact with him. However, if I find out that you break any more laws, I will mark you as a missing nin. Understood, Hokage-sama. Uzuzio-kure, unlike Konohagakure, wasn't a ninja village or a hidden village. It was a clan village, which is apparently a village consisting solely of a single clan. This, Naruto does remember. They covered it in history class when talking about the warring states PRD. Villages used to be made solely of a clan because they didn't trust each other. When the hidden villages were made, some clans stayed in their villages, so clan villages do still exist, though they are rare. When Naruto asked Sakura if she knew about any other clan villages, he got a lecture about Shigekure and the Kairora clan for longer than he wanted. He was going to interrupt her and ask her to stop, but she looked so excited talking about it that Naruto would have felt bad. So he sat through the entire thing. He shudders, remembering how boring and how long it was. And it seems that the fall of Uzushiogakure is why Konoha is considered the strongest of the 5 great villages. Kirigakure, Iwagakure and Kumogakure ganged up to attack Uzushio, and they were successful at destroying the village, but they in turn lost a majority of their forces, causing Konoha and Suna to be the strongest by default. Whoa, Naruto says, Uzushio must have been pretty cool if they beat up those many enemies at the same time. Jiraiya Sennin. I have decided to tell the Hokage to go F himself. I am staying with my brother. Please reply if you would like to speak to the pup. I would also appreciate it if you could bring Tsunade back to the village. I need some medical advice, and after the last argument I had with the Hokage where I threatened to kill both him and the village if he kept me away from my brother, I don't trust him to not try and pull something if I go to one of his medics. Tadaki Kakashi. P.S. Your latest book was wonderful, and I look forward to the next one. Ikari-chan and Hirosukun's story was beautiful to read, though it was a tad bit cruel to kill off Ikari-chan at the end. You're trapped. Now you gotta show us. It seems you've succeeded in trapping him. Naruto turned around and shot him a smile. We sure did. His eyes then widen, and he looks beneath him, where Kakashi is lying, Naruto, Izuku and Sasuke sitting on top of him. He whirls around again and there he is. A second Kakashi. Oh come on. We had you, Tebeo. Ma, you were nowhere close. On seeing 3 pouts directed at him, Kakashi quickly rectifies his statement. But you 3 did a good job nonetheless. Guess I can show you. He mutters at the end. He goes through hand signs. Boar, dog, bird, monkey. He pricks his fingers to get a drop of blood and slams his hand on the ground. His blood glows and writhes on the ground, forming a seal around him. Kuchios no Jutsu. A puff of smoke appears in front of Kakashi. Once it dissipates, 2 dogs in ninja clothes are visible. What's the matter, Kakashi? Why'd you summon us? In the background, Kakashi hears a whoa. A talking dog. That's friggin' awesome, Tebeo. And smiles. Pakin. This is Uzumaki Naruto and his friends, Uchiha Sasuke and Midoriya Izuku. Brats, these are my partners and Ken, Pakin and Bull. The sound of a chest hitting the floor resounds around the room, dust floating about from the movement. Let's see, it's gotta be here somewhere. Kakashi hesitantly opens the chest. Going through the stuff he has left of his father probably isn't the best idea, but need trumps want. Kakashi has the weight of his parents' legacy on his shoulders. He can't do anything about Kushina's or Sensei's legacy other than protect their son. He can't be the next Yellow Flash or the next Red Death, but there is one legacy he can carry. There it is. The White Light Chakra Saber. He can carry on the legacy of the White Fang. And he's going to remind the world exactly why you don't F with a Hataki's pack. He walks into the bar, looking around to see if his target was there. This is the 5th town he's checking, and he's starting to get a bit annoyed. It's not like his contacts to be wrong so frequently, but he supposes that his target was far from ordinary. Luckily for him, he does spot her at a table in the back. He walks over, trying to appear as serious and polite as he can manage. When he nears her, she looks up and lifts a bottle of booze to point at him. Rhea. Do you want? Tsunade slurs out. Jiraiya slides into the seat opposite her, giving a nod to Tsunade's apprentice, Shizun, and their pet pig Taunton. Tsunade, I'm afraid this isn't a social call. She scoffs and downs the bottle in her hand. I could fucking tell. We weren't meant to meet up for another 3 weeks. Yes, well, I'm here to call in a favor. Propping her chin up on her hand, she asks, what's the favor? If it's something stupid or perverted, I swear to God, Jiraiya, I'm going to strangle you. Nothing of the sort. I need you to come back to Konoha and take a look at a patient. I'm not going to be staying in Konoha though, she says with her eyes squinted. When Jiraiya shakes his head in confirmation, Tsunade continues. But didn't think there was anyone left you'd give a shit about. Couldn't it have been Hokage-sama, Tsunade Shursho? If something happened to Sensei, this fucker wouldn't be here asking for a favor. He'd be here to deliver an official summons from the village. Now, who the F is my patient, and what's the situation? Hatake Kakashi. Tsukumo's brat? She asks with wide eyes. The F's wrong with him? Jiraiya quietly hands over the letter Kakashi sent him. He was rather surprised when he got a letter from Kakashi, but not as surprised as he was when he actually read the DMN thing. For the past few years, Jiraiya told himself that it was alright for him to leave his godson alone in the village, that he doesn't need to be there yet, that he can better protect him from out here. But he was just running away. Running away from responsibility, running away from commitments, running away from the baby that looked so much like Kushina, looked so much like little Minato that it hurt. But hearing that Kakashi, the one person who was hurt more than Jiraiya by Minato's death, the kid that was in shambles and pieces last he saw him, decide to be there for Naruto? That was definitely a push for Jiraiya. He's gonna go back to Konoha, and he's going to make sure Naruto knows that he has family left. When the F did Tsukumo get a second kid? And good on the brat for standing up for himself, I guess. Kid has backbone if he told Sensei to go F himself. She says, shivering at the end. Tsukumo didn't get a second kid? What are you talking about, Tsuna? Shooting him a puzzled look, Tsunade points to the letter he gave her. Kakashi said something about a little brother. What the F else would I be talking about? It takes a minute for Jiraiya to figure out what's wrong. Tsunade hasn't stepped foot in the village in years. Of course she wouldn't know the details of its people's personal lives. After Tsukumo's death, Minato took Kakashi in. So when Minato had a kid, Kakashi decided he was the kid's older brother. There's another Kage kid out there, huh? Guess he can join me and Asuma for our annual the Hokage drink nights. Considering that the kid is 7, I doubt that. Jiraiya deadpants. Also, I'm pretty sure Kushina would haunt you if you tried to get the kid drunk. Sitting up straight, with not a trace of all the booze she's downed so far, Tsunade stares at Jiraiya. What was that about Kushina? Oh come on, you know it's true. If there's anyone who would rise from the dead to try and strangle someone for messing with her kid, it'd be Kushina. Jiraiya. Tsunade grits out. What was that about Kushina's kid? Jiraiya blinks at her in surprise. You mean you don't know? Uzumaki Naruto? Minato and Kushina's kid. The little brother that Kakashi mentioned in his letter. Tsunade takes in a deep breath and holds it for a few seconds. Letting it out, she looks towards her apprentice. Shizun, pack up. We're heading for Konoha to deal with whatever's wrong with Kakashi. Guy is rather happy with recent events. For whatever reason, his youthful friend is much livelier of late. Why, he's even asked for Guy's help with training. As cool as his hip attitude was, it is nice to see Kakashi bloom in the springtime of youth. Yash. I, Konoha's sublime green beast, will help you with your training, my youthful friend. And if I cannot, I will do 1,000 laps around the village on my hands. And if I cannot do that, I will climb the Hokage mountain 100 times on my fingers. And if I cannot do that, Izuku can't sleep. He's far too restless, far too active. He activated his chakra today. His hands glowed. He might not have a quirk, but it doesn't matter. He can help people regardless. He can become a hero, regardless. He can have superpowers. He gets off of his bed with an excited giggle. Might as well do something else. It's not like he can sleep with how happy and excited he is. Maybe he can go see if Naruto is awake. He looks at the clock, only to see that it's past midnight. There goes that idea. What's he going to do now? Sasuke definitely would be asleep, and Izuku doesn't know where Kakashi-san lives even if he wanted to go bother him. Maybe. Yeah, that's a good idea. He can do the thing Kakashi-san did the other day. Those dogs were so cool and they were fun to play with. What was it Kakashi-san did again? He did hand signs. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, if he's remembering right. And then, he's supposed to prick his finger so it bleeds? Looking around, Izuku doesn't see anything sharp in his bedroom. Shrugging, he decides he might as well try and bite his finger, drawing a little blood. He then concentrates as much chakra as he can gather, which is extremely low. He really needs to improve that, and slams his hands on the floor. Kikukoyos no jutsu? He's enveloped in smoke, causing him to cough. He waves his hands around until the smoke dissipates, only to look around in confusion and fear. This is definitely not his room. He's in some sort of huge, dark cavern, with multiple tunnels leading away. Distantly, he can hear water running, but he's not sure from where. Probably the echo thing. This place is rather huge. Unsure of what to do, he stands there. Better to think his options through. He somehow got into a place he doesn't know how to leave. It was too dark to see, and he doesn't have any way to not get lost if he enters those tunnels. His deliberation and planning was cut short when a voice echoes out from behind him. Who do we have here? Izuku startles, looking around in fear. Who's there? Where are you? What is this place? He hears a low, raspy laugh. A lost little human, all alone. You're lucky that I found you. Some of the others would have eaten you for trespassing. Crouching down, Izuku picks up a rock. It's a bad weapon to use, but it's the only one he has, considering he still doesn't know what to do with chakra. Where am I? Izuku asks again. He needs to get out of here. Izuku doesn't want to die. He's happy with friends and a dream. He hears the rocks and grains shuffling and moving. He lifts the rock above his head with both his hands, ready to strike. My name is Aodi, and you, human, are in Ryuchi Cave. As the voice speaks, it comes closer, until eventually, Izuku can see a giant blue snake that's as big as he is. Naruto didn't really mean for this to happen, but he's not sure what else he expected. Ever since Izuku disappeared a week ago, Naruto has felt sad and concerned. He's sure that Izuku would have told him if he was leaving. They're best friends, right? Maybe someone that didn't like how cool Naruto was hurt Izuku cause they were too scared to fight Naruto. But regardless of how sad or distracted he was, he should have known better than to blindly do what that Jiraiya Hibachi told him to. He should have listened to Sasuke. He was right. Though he'll be dead if he ever admits that. He's already full of himself, Naruto doesn't need to add to that. So, here he is in the forest, being chased by 3 ninja from Iwagakure. Maybe they know that he's an Uzumaki and came to finish him off? Thinks. He looks back to see if they're still chasing him, and yep. Still there. Chase, the lot of them, trying to pick on him cause they're bigger and older. He sees one of the ninja pull out a kunai and aim it at him. Fortunately, it flies past his head, lodging firmly into a tree. Unfortunately, Naruto trips and falls down in his attempt to dodge the kunai. They stalk towards him, surrounding him on all 3 sides not already blocked by a tree. Heh, finally down, You're gonna regret not cooperating with us sooner, you little sheet. However, all 3 pause when they hear dozens of chirping birds out of nowhere. When the noise stops, Kakashi is there, standing between Naruto and the enemy ninja, with his hand shoved through one of their chest. You're lucky that Sasuke thought you get in trouble if he tattled on you, brat. I wouldn't have known you snuck into enemy territory otherwise. Kakashi chirps, sounding extremely upbeat. Gods, Naruto is definitely grounded after this. It's just a copy and Nin. Who cares? There are 2 of us. You distract him, I'll take care of the kid. The Hatake clan, like any clan, can trace their lineage back to spirits and myths. The Hatake were a clan of wolves, and wolves protect their pack. But Kakashi was the last Hatake, the last of his pack, so convinced himself to protect the village instead. Both as a Hatake and as a ninja, a tool. But now that he has a pack, now that one of them is missing, and the other is targeted and threatened by those in front of him, Kakashi does something he hasn't done since his father was alive to supervise. He lets go of the tight control he has on his instinct, and lets the wolf free. And standing in front of him isn't the enemy. This is now a hunt, and they are the prey. Sasuke doesn't know what happened to Izuku, or whatever stupid challenge Naruto is doing in the woods, or why Kakashi ran off in the same direction as soon as he heard that, but he does know one thing. Spying on the Uchiha training grounds is so entertaining. He saw one of his uncles do a cool jutsu, and the result was the training dummy blowing up. Sasuke immediately vowed to learn how to use chakra as fast as possible. He didn't know that he was missing out on setting stuff on fire. Snake. Mongoose. Boar. Horse. Tiger. Sasuke closes his eyes and takes in a deep breath and holds it, puffing his cheeks in the process. When he blows out the air, he adds as much chakra as he can. Feeling the searing heat over his face, Sasuke opens his eyes to see a roiling stream of fire the size of a tree coming out of his mouth. He keeps it up for a few seconds before he stops, bending down and resting his hands on his knees. He did it. It took 2 weeks of practice, but he did it. And he's younger than when Itachi first learned it too. But it tired him out too much, took everything he had just to make that small a fireball. He needs to improve. He's not going to let anyone else he cares for go missing. Next time, he'll be strong enough to protect them. Though if he's honest with himself, it helps that the fire is so pretty to look at. You better be okay, Izuku. He mutters. Back to training, Thun. Izuku crouches on the tree branch, a sharp rock in hand, waiting for his prey to approach. There was no need to strain himself, no need to waste effort. His prey will approach him on its own. It doesn't know he's there, after all. As soon as it's close enough, he pounces, stabbing the rabbit with the rock. He gets up, removes the rock from the rabbit, and tries to wipe away the blood from it. Pocketing the rock, he grabs the dead rabbit and turns around, flashing a smile at the tree he was perched in. How was that, Aodi? You were right about my jumping posture being bad. It felt much faster with the reduced drag. Izuku pauses, thinking over how to ask the question that's been in his head for the past 2 weeks without sounding rude. I've been meaning to ask. Get on with it, little human. A question you don't ask is a question you will never know the answer to. The only bad shot is the one you don't take, after all. Right? I was wondering why you're helping me. When we met, you said that one of the others would have eaten me. Why didn't you? Is it a moral thing? Or maybe you don't like the taste of humans? Do you know, human, how you ended up in Ryuchi Cave? Unbothered non sequitur, Izuku answered. No, I don't. Though I did appear in the same smoke the Kakashi-san's dogs showed up in, and I showed up in Ryuchi Cave right after I did the hand signs for summoning. So, I assume that it has something to do with that. Good, Aya hissed. When a human without a summoning contract does the summoning jutsu, they are dragged into the realm of the summons they are suited best for. Since you were brought to Ryuchi Cave, it means that you are someone best suited with the snakes. I can see why, given how sharp you are. Izuku chews that over in his head. So, he starts, you saved me because you thought we'd have a connection? Partially. My father is the leader of the snakes, Manda. He was someone I had great admiration and respect for. He was a great and strong leader. Recently, however, he's been anything but. He's demented, eating or killing anything and anyone that is so much as visible. Even other snakes. I helped you out of the cave, and am helping you still because I hope to have a summoner that can put an end to Manda's reign of cruelty. Is a summoner the only one able to defeat Manda? He would know if one of the snakes gets strong enough to pose a threat to him. He would kill them before they can strike. A summoner is the only one that can catch him off guard. But I thought there was already a snake summoner, Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin. Known for his snake summons, and near unparalleled knowledge and ability in Kenjutsu and Juinjutsu. He has been different ever since he met with a human that tasted of decay. More violent, more insane. He is not a viable solution. Easy. Well, don't worry, Aodi. I'm gonna be a pro hero, and it's my job to keep people safe. I'll protect the snakes. You can count on it. Aodi chuckles. The confidence is appreciated, little one. You are nowhere near strong enough to take on my father right now. I have taught enough to survive till you reach your home. Opening his mouth wide, Ace spits out a scroll, ignoring Izuku's half-fascinated, half-disgusted shout. Use that scroll to let me know when you believe yourself to be capable of besting my father. Then wait an hour and perform the summoning jutsu to bring yourself to Ryuchi Cave. Good luck, human. For all of our sakes, I hope you succeed. It's been a few days since Aode left Izuku. He's just been walking in the direction Aode said Konoha was. The path he was on was a bit creepy. A thin, winding road down with huge forests on either side, with not a sound since he entered. Then, partway through the 4th day, he hears someone crying coming in from the woods. Without a moment of thought, he rushes towards whoever was there. They could be in trouble. Or hurt. Hello? Is anyone there? He hears someone sniff before a small voice whispers, Deku? Izuku's eyes widen. The only people who call him that are back home. Not to mention that Izuku recognizes that voice. Kaken. Izuku picks up speed and runs toward where the voice came from. When he makes it through a few bushes and into a clearing, he sees Katsuki kneeling, clutching onto the shirt of someone's body. Izuku slows down and goes near Katsuki. Kaken. Katsuki quickly gets up and lunges for Izuku, causing him to backpedal in fright and confusion. His confusion and fear turn to concern when Katsuki latches onto him and starts sobbing. Izuku immediately hugs him back. Kaken, what's wrong? I don't know how I showed up here, and Katsuki hiccups. This old guy showed up then and took care of me for a few weeks, but then there was this weird light and when I woke up he was dead. Katsuki paused to take in a breath and continues. And I'm sorry that I was so mean to you, he said with a sniffle. I missed you and I promise that I won't be mean again. It took a while for Katsuki to calm down, but once he did, Izuku helped him to bury the old guy. Rashi, Katsuki thinks his name was. Katsuki wasn't really interested in finding out or remembering it before, but he's starting to regret that now. So, he starts, what the F is going on, Zuchan? Where are we? Izuku's eyes light up at the question. Demon nerd, he probably has a notebook dedicated to it already. We're in some place called the Elemental Nations. Instead of quirks, everyone here has this thing called chakra that lets them do cool stuff instead. And instead of heroes, there's ninja. And also, I can use chakra. See? Izuku closes his eyes and puts his hands in a weird position. Just as Katsuki is about to ask what the F he's supposed to be seeing, Izuku's hands start glowing blue. That's all I can do so far. Haven't learned anything else. Though I have years before I can become a ninja, so I'll just learn before then. Are you? Katsuki stops what he was saying. He's pretty sure what he was going to say would sound mean, and he just promised to stop being mean. Katsuki's not a hypoprint. Am I what? He thinks. Are you living in the FING woods? Crossing his arms with a pout, Izuku replies. Of course not. I just kind of got lost. Katsuki lets out a huff of breath. Of course the DMN nerd got lost in FING forest. But it's fine. Izuku says, waving his hands in front of his face. I know how to go back to my apartment. Do you want to? Just spit it out already. I was going to ask if you wanted to come to my new home with me, but if you're going to be rude, you're not invited. Wait, no. I didn't mean it like that. Giggling, Izuku smiles at him. What was Katsuki thinking, pushing away his best friend? He's the older one, he should have looked after the demon nerd like his old hag is always telling him to. He never should have listened to those DMN extras. He's gonna blow them up if he ever sees their smug faces again. It's a few days later that it happens. On their way to Konoha, they got hungry and decided to hunt for food. Out of nowhere, Katsuki was jumped by a boar. Frightened, he started letting out explosions, but it only caused the boar to get more violent, more aggressive. Not wanting his friend to get hurt, Izuku channels chakra into his arm and swings. Smash! Suffice it to say, the boar is no longer a problem. And neither are the nearby trees. Or the ground. Or the bushes. What is a problem is his suddenly broken arm. What the F, Izuku? Hiruzen jumped when the door to his office was banged open. He looks up from his paperwork, ready to shout at whichever idiot was bothering him now, only to freeze at seeing his students, Tsunade and Jiraiya, standing in front of him, both looking differing degrees of upset. Tsunade in particular looks livid, with a fire burning in her that Hiruzen hasn't seen since she was young. What the F is this I'm hearing about from Jiraiya? It's good to see you too, Tsunade. I have been fine, thank you for asking. Though I would be much better if one of you would be willing to take this demon hat from me. Fat FING chance. Now, what's this I'm hearing about how you've been squirreling away the last of my family in your little hidey hole? Tsunade crosses her arms and raises an eyebrow, waiting to see how Hiruzen would answer. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nervous or not, Hiruzen has been Hokage for close to a century. He knows how to keep his cool. Unfortunately, he was the one that taught Tsunade how to force yourself to appear calm, and seeing through it is a relatively easy feat. You know, Sensei, I didn't hold any love for this DMN village after everything it's taken from me and the Senju clan, but I don't think I've ever actively hated it. Whether I like it or not, this village is still my family's legacy. But you seem to be forgetting that the one thing the Senju clan values above all else is their own. You learnt from two of the strongest Senju and taught a third one. Hiruzen sighs and turns towards his other student. And what is it that you need, Jiraiya? I doubt you came all this way just to watch the show. You're right, Sensei. I found out about the little argument you had with Kakashi. Decided to drop in and do the same. Don't be foolish, Jiraiya. I've taught you better than this. The only reason I let Kakashi get away with breaking my law was because he was unstable. Strong as he is, he wouldn't have been able to defeat me. Injure me perhaps, but not kill. You know that Suna and I don't have the same limitations. Any one of the Sannin could take you on, let alone when we fight together. Careful, Jiraiya, Hiruzen growls. I may have taught you everything you know, but I haven't taught you everything I know. And you're effing delusional if you think you taught either of us all we fucking know, Sensei, Tsunade spat out. Jiraiya is the only sage in recorded history other than my grandfather, and even he didn't know what to do once he entered sage mode. He mostly used it as a power-up for his jutsu. Now stop trying to distract us, we aren't FING 15 anymore. Answers. Now. Naruto spent most of the weeks that Izuku spent missing at the library, reading up on Fuinjutsu books. He knows that he's not the most studious, but the books are actually interesting for once. Also, Naruto wants Izuku to be proud of him when they find him. He's probably going to be scared after being taken like that, so Naruto's gonna share all the cool stuff he's reading about right now to cheer him up. Izuku always liked reading weird books. Naruto tried to read a couple of those too, but they were too boring or too hard to understand, so he stopped. Done with all of his reading for the day, Naruto gets up and heads out to the village gates. He's made a habit of it. He checks at the village gates every day before going home to see if there's any news about Izuku. When he gets there today, he's ecstatic because there he is. Izuku, saying something to the gate guards, gesturing wildly all the while. He's about to shout his name when he stops in confusion. Because standing next to Izuku is a grumpy-looking blonde kid that feels kind of familiar for some reason. Shrugging, Naruto continues what he was about to do. Zu-chan. You're back. Izuku whirls around, a wide grin on his face. Token. I missed you. Naruto tackles Izuku, getting a pained shout in return. Naruto quickly releases him to see what was wrong and notices that his right arm is in a really bad cast made of sticks and leaves. The hell happened to your arm? It looks really bad, Tebeo. Oi Izuku, who the FS puppy-looking kid? Without batting an eye, Izuku reaches over with his left hand and whacks him over the back of his head. Be nice, Kaken. This is Uzumaki Naruto, my best friend. With practice gained from years of exposure to the blonde menace, Izuku ignores Katsuki's offended expression and continues. Token, this is Bakugo Katsuki, my annoying older brother. Naruto sticks his hand out. It's nice to meet you, Tebeo. Grabbing onto his brother's hand, Izuku starts running forward, gesturing for Naruto to come along. Let's go home. I've spent the past few weeks sleeping in bushes or on trees, and I really miss my bed. Snorting, Naruto starts running. Must have been really bad for you to miss that crappy bed. Naruto's not sure how Izuku disappeared or how he came back, or even where his brother showed up from. But Naruto doesn't think he cares. He has one of his best friends back, and to him, that's all that matters. Thank you for coming, Tsunadeheim. Tsunade waves her hand dismissively. Thank Jiraiya for dragging me here. Now what the F did you want? Kakashi reaches up to uncover his left eye, Sharingan blazing wildly the moment it's free. I would appreciate it if a professional took a look at this eye. It was implanted by me in the field, tired and half-blind. Tsunade immediately starts examining the eye, hands glowing green. Are you telling me that you've had that eye in you for over a effing decade and this is the first time you're having it looked over? What the F is wrong with you, brat? I know ninja with heightened senses are uncomfortable in the hospitable, but you shouldn't have avoided the medic need for this long. Kakashi fidgets uncomfortably. He vaguely remembers Tsunade from when he was a tiny kid, back before his father died. It's a bit weird to see her back in the village and scolding him, but he'd much rather not be in her line of fire unless he needs to. No one tried to check the condition of the eye other than Rin, and she was training to be a vet. Tsunade freezes in place. I am going to strangle the Affingy Hospital staff. Can they not function without a FING babysitter? A vet. They let FNG veterinarian check over a patient. Shizun. Yes, Shirsho. Go to the hospital and conduct an inspection. I'll be there soon as I finish up here. From where he was standing in the corner of the room, Jiraiya speaks up. I thought you didn't give a shit about Konoha? Isn't that why you left on your grand gambling gambit? Like I told Sensei, this village is still the legacy of my clan. As both a Senju and a medic nin, I can't let this shit continue. They let their little prodigy run around for a decade with a half-decayed eye. They'll be lucky if the only thing I do is fire them. I don't think you still have the authority to do that, Tsuna. Yes, well, considering that I was never relieved of my position as the head of the hospital, you'll find that I do have the authority. Now Kakashi will need to remove the eye. Kakashi's eyes widen. He was hoping to maybe have it properly implanted or something so that it isn't constantly draining chakra, not have it removed. I promised Obito dash. I don't give a shit what you promised. Obito's dead, and if you don't have it removed, you're going to FANG join him. I'm sure he wouldn't want you to die because you got a FING infection. Any response Kakashi would have given is cut off by someone banging on the front door. Kakashi, I found Izuku. Just heard the... Do you know how to fix a broken arm, Tebeo? All three occupants in the room freeze, all for different reasons. Jiraiya, because his godson is on the other side of that door. Tsunade, because that sounded exactly like Kushina when she was young. Kakashi, because the missing member of his pack was found. Then, the part about the broken arm is processed, and he moves into action. He opens the door, letting Naruto, Izuku and a third kid inside. Ignoring Naruto and the third kid, Kakashi focuses on Izuku's arm that's been wrapped in a shitty cast using leaves and sticks. I'm going to want answers later, but right now we're gonna have that arm looked at. You're lucky that a medic nin was already here, Broccoli-kun. That seems to have snapped Tsunade out of her daze, causing her to rush forward. As bitter and resentful as she is still a healer first and foremost, and she's not going to let a kid run around with a broken arm if she can help it. What the F happened to your arm, kid? She asks, hovering her glowing green hands over the cast. We were attacked by this boar and I got scared. And I did this. Saying that, he swung his other arm, causing a huge gust of pressure and wind. The result was most of the furniture and walls breaking. The three adults blinked in confusion, because what the hell was that? The third blonde kid immediately reaches over and hits Izuku over the head. What the F do you? She asked how I broke my arm. With a visible vein on his forehead, the kid shouts at Izuku. And you're supposed to tell her how you broke your arm. Not break the other one. How was I supposed to know that? With a scream of frustration, the blonde kid tackles Izuku to the ground, tiny explosions coming out of his hands. Kakashi walks over and lifts the blonde kid by the back of the collar, holding him like one would a misbehaving pup. Izuku, please don't do anything else. Blonde kid, calm down. Naruto? An explanation, please. What? I didn't even do anything this time, Tebeo. Kakashi takes a deep breath. It is morally objectionable to punt a toddler out of a window. It is morally objectionable to punt a toddler out of a window. Izuku? Explanation, please. Using your words only. Izuku looks between his two broken arms that are currently being treated by Tsunade and looks back at Kakashi. I punched a boar real hard like I did just now, and it broke my arm? Kakashi palms his face wearily. I meant where you went, brat. You just disappeared one day, and now you're back a few weeks later with a tag-along. Oh, that. I did the summoning jutsu that I saw you do. Jiraiya turns a disapproving look at Kakashi. You taught them the summoning jutsu? No. I summoned my dogs in front of them. Guess the brat memorized the hand signs. Nodding, Jiraiya turns his attention towards Izuku. So you were reverse summoned, and it took you a while to find your way back home. Izuku nods. What summon was it? With a huge smile, as if his answer didn't cause the three adults to pale, Izuku replied with a happy, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. And you were able to leave that how? Kakashi asks. I made a friend there. It was a huge snake as big as I am, and his name is Aodi. He said that his dad was this guy called Manda and that he went insane and was attacking everyone, and asked for my help when I'm stronger, 'cause apparently only a snake summoner can beat him for some reason. I asked why Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin couldn't deal with it since he was a snake summoner, and he said that he also went insane ever since he met someone that tasted of decay, whatever that meant. Then I started walking back to Konoha, and I found Kakin along the way. Kakashi takes a minute to process that, then gives up. He'll leave this mess mostly to Jiraiya and Tsunade. After all, it's their weirdo teammate behind whatever this is. He instead focuses on the part that won't give him a headache to think about. And how do you know Kakin? Ignoring the blonde kids don't call me that he stares at Izuku. Oh, he's my older brother. And he showed up in the middle of the forest, how? Izuku shrugs and looks towards his brother, who scoffs and crosses his arms over his chest. How the f would I know, you scarecrow-looking beach? And my name is Bakugo Katsuki, the future #1. And the explosions coming out of your hands? It's my FNG quirk. Wait a minute. Naruto exclaims. You said something about a quirk or whatever when we first met, Zuchan? Izuku nods. Yeah, I think they're called bloodlines here, but we call them quirks back home. And where is that? Your home, that is? Jiraiya asks. After all, as the spy master of Konoha, it's his job to be aware of as much as possible, and the fact that he doesn't know anywhere that refers to bloodlines as quirks is a blow to his pride. We're from Mustafu City in Tokyo, Japan. As the kids are leaving, Kakashi calls Naruto's name, causing all three to turn around. Why don't you two go back and get some rest, you two? I just need to talk to Naruto for a few minutes if it's all right with him. They shrug and leave. What is it, Kakashi? I'm not still in trouble for the thing from a couple of weeks, right? Ma, calm down, brat. I just got a few people that want to meet you. He says, gesturing towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. The two exchange looks between each other, debating who goes first. Eventually, Jiraiya shrugs and steps forwards and kneels down in front of Naruto. Hey, Naruto. My name is Jiraiya. Naruto beams at him and sticks out a hand. It's nice to meet you, Tebeo. Jiraiya cracks a watery smile and shakes his hand. Nice to meet you too, kid. I'm here to apologize. For what? Naruto asks with a tilt of his head. I'm your godfather. I should have been here for you much earlier, but I was too scared. You resembled your parents so much that it hurt. And instead of being the adult and working through it, I ran away. Naruto stares at him for a few moments before giving his reply with as much seriousness as he could muster. I'll forgive you as long as you buy me a bunch of cool gifts. Jiraiya gets onto his feet and does a little dance. Who do you think I am? I am Jiraiya the Gallant, the Toad Sage of Toibo. I give the best gifts. Anyway, I've already sent you some before this. Naruto thinks this over for a few seconds before he makes an earth-shattering realization. Jumping back and pointing at Jiraiya dramatically, Naruto shouts. You're the one that sent me Gamachan. That's right. Jiraiya exclaims as he starts to go through bodybuilder poses. Naruto then looks towards Tsunade and points to her. Who are you then, Tebeo? Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. Naruto gasps. Uzumaki Mito? Zuchan, read about Tebeo. It's how we found out that the Uzumaki were a clan. Tsunade frowns. What do you mean, found out that the Uzumaki were a clan? I thought that someone would have at least told you of that, even if your parents' identities are a secret. Wait, you know who my parents are? Didn't you hear me say that it was a secret? Tsunade dryly asks. Why is it a secret? Kakashi decides that now is a good time to step in. Your parents were powerful people with a lot of enemies. Hokage-sama has decided to make your parents' identities a secret to keep you safe. What? But Gigi always said he didn't know my parents. Sasuke did not expect Naruto to barge into his training and drag him to his apartment with no explanation. But considering how weirdly serious he looked, Sasuke didn't do much more than grumble. When they reach Naruto's apartment, he walks past it and knocks on Izuku's door. What the hell is the idiot doing? Izuku's been missing for ages. But much to his surprise, The door is opened by none other than Izuku. "Hi, Token." "Hi, Suchin." Giving him a nod, Naruto drags Sasuke past Izuku and into the apartment. "Are you doing here, you puppy BCD?" The new voice startles Sasuke. "Sasuke, this is Izuku's older brother Katsuki. Katsuki, this is our friend Sasuke." He turns towards Izuku. "Zu-chan, can you help me with something? Can Kaken stay?" Naruto shrugs and sits down. Unable to hold it in any longer, Sasuke questions Naruto. "What the hell is this about, dumbass? Apparently a bunch of the adults know who my parents are, but they can't tell me because Gigi made that illegal. Are either of you up for sneaking into Gigi's office to try and see if there's anything about my parents there?" "Who the F is Gigi?" "The village leader and strongest ninja, Kaken." Izuku absently replies. "He's the one that gave me this apartment." They're all silent for a few minutes. A silence that is broken by Izuku. "Oh, I got it." He turns a huge, sharp smile towards Naruto. "You need to prank as many people as you possibly can. When we're sneaking into the Hokage's office, we'll take some pranking supplies with us. That way if we're caught, they'll just think we were trying to play a prank." Sasuke chimes in then. "There will be people in the Hokage's office, first and foremost, the Hokage himself." "Yes," Izuku replies, "but not always. We don't waste energy to go to our target. We wait for the target to come to us. We do something big and stupid in a different part of the village, getting the Hokage to go there. Then whoever's not causing the distraction can sneak in." Sasuke's eyes light up. "I have the perfect idea for a distraction. I'll set fire to stuff. I learned how to do that with chakra while you were gone." Izuku immediately rounds on Katsuki. "Kaken, you think you can help Sasuke cause a loud and bright distraction? I'm not gonna waste my time dealing with these extras." Izuku frowns in disappointment. Heroes are supposed to help people who need it. Naruto needs help finding out who his parents were, and as a hero, I'm going to help him. What about you? Fine. But I ain't gonna hold back. I'm gonna blow sheet up." Katsuki releases a few explosions from his hand for emphasis. For the second time that day, his office doors are banged open. Hiruzen lets out a groan. He's expected Tsunade and or Jiraiya to show up again, but did it have to be during a meeting with his council? "Tsunadeheim, what do you think you are doing? Do you have no respect for the title of Hokage? A title that your grandfather once held." Koharu is correct. You should know better than to barge in. You are lucky that it is just us in here, rather than foreign dignitaries. Hiruzen groans even more, sinking deeper into his seat. Hamura and Koharu are his trusted advisors and teammates, but can they not see that Tsunade is this close to sending someone through a few dozen walls? "Oh, shut the F up, you old windbags. Do I have any respect for the Hokage title?" they ask, as if my grandfather isn't rolling in his grave at how all of you spit on his grave. Hiruzen straightens up to shoot Tsunade a look of confusion and anger. Yes, Tsunade gets angry quickly, and yes, she overreacts. But this level of fury? Bringing in her grandfather into the conversation? Accusing them of disrespecting the Shodaime? "What are you talking about, Tsunade?" She levels him with a glare, nearly causing him to shrink in on himself. It really is unfair that Tsunade looks like Tobirama-sensei when she's seriously angry. "Oh, is that how you want to play this, sensei?" Fine. "I just examined a patient, and it made me change my stance on staying in Konoha. You want to guess how?" Tsunade grins at the occupants of the room, the tips of her hair flickering a bright, blood red. Hiruzen's heart drops to his stomach. Oh dear. This is bad. Gods, they were idiots. How did they forget that Tsunade was just as much of an Uzumaki as she is a Senju? And now we've went and pushed the only adult Uzumaki past her breaking point, he thinks. You remembered how much you miss treating patients? Hiruzen tries weakly. He's almost definitely wrong, but hopefully, it's a good enough answer for her not to turn Konoha into a crater. Cackling in laughter, Tsunade responds. Because I miss treating patients. It's because the Konoha hospital staff is apparently made of a bunch of FING morons that can't spill water out of a boot if the instructions were on the FING heel. Do you want to know who my patient was? Danzo, who up until now has remained quiet, speaks up. No. I am pretty sure that is breaking doctor-patient confidentiality. Hiruzen, Hamura and Kohar look at him in fear. Now? You pick now to be a smartass. They all think, I got his FNG permission. And if you interrupt me again, I'm gonna beat the sheet out of you with your working hand, so shut the F up. Whirling back to Hiruzen with a crazed smile that used to be a defining feature of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade answers her previous question. It was Hatake Kakashi. He called me, because apparently the only person to ever check him over was a FING veterinarian in training. Just imagine one of Konoha's finest, our youngest S-rank shinobi, dead because no one bothered to take a look at his decaying eye. And what does this have to do with the Shodaime? Tsunade looks at him in bafflement. Grandfather, she starts, speaking extremely slowly, was a medic. A medic that started a village because he didn't want people to get hurt. If you and the medics F'd up to such a degree with the best of the village, what the F have you been doing to the rest? Hiruzen, for the first time since the start of the conversation, glares back at his pupil. I am not a medic Tsunade. I am the Hokage. I do not have the knowledge or time to go around diagnosing my shinobi. What do you expect of me? Are you effing serious? You know what? Fine, whatever. Sit there tooting your own FANG horn. Just tell me that I have the authority to take out the trash. Hopefully, it's enough for grandmother to not lecture when I kick the bucket. Tsunade says, muttering the last bit to herself. Eager to take the options without any injuries to himself, and glad to finally have the medical division back in shape with Tsunade in charge, Hiruzen immediately agrees. Of course. You didn't need to cause such a fuss just for that. I see you have yet to learn patience. Rolling her eyes, Tsunade reaches into her pocket and takes out a few sheets of paper. I'll keep it in mind, sensei. Now if you can just sign these, I'll be out of your hair. Looking through the papers, he sees that they are 3 custody papers, one for a kid he's never heard of, one for a kid that he vaguely remembers meeting, and one for Naruto. Tsunade, you know I can't approve this. The Jinchuruki being in the hands of any one clan will upset the balance of things too. Just sign the FING thing so I can go, sensei. I'm too tired to deal with this sheet. Not to mention I don't give a flying F about clan politics. That was always Nawaki's thing. Sighing, Hiruzen gives in. I understand Naruto, but why the other 2? Tsunade just shrugs in response. The brat made a family for himself while on his own. I'm not gonna try and mess with that. Run us through the plan. Izuku turns to look at him with wide, panicked eyes. What why? Katsuki scoffs. To know what the plan is. Why the F else would I be asking? Well, there's only 4 of us, so we're gonna either need to wait until we're older or get more people in on the plan. Wait, why do we need to wait? The 4 of us can do this to Bayo. Oh, for F's whiskers. We're trying to break into the head beach's office. Of FNG course it's going to be hard. Now shut the F up and let him finish. Izuku smiles at Katsuki. He may be insulting Token and has explosions coming out of his hands, but it's nice to see Kaken standing up for him again. Clearing his throat, he brings the attention back to himself. Okay, so we won't have the time to read through stuff in the Hokage's office. So we'll need to copy it down onto our own scrolls. That we can read through it in our own time. But before we can do this, we'll need to prepare some stuff in advance. Rubbing his hands together with an excited grin, Izuku starts telling everyone their roles in his plan. Naruto? You need to come up with as many pranks as you possibly can. It doesn't matter if you're seen or caught. Also, save as much of both our money. We'll need it to buy the supplies. Sasuke? I need you to start working on our agency. We're gonna need the space if we want to store the scrolls and pranking supplies. Kaken can help you. Once again, he ignores Kaken's don't FNG speak for me and continues with his plan. I'll split my time between looking stuff up in the library and helping with the agency. If any of you find someone that you think is trustworthy, bring them in on the plan. Naruto and Sasuke nod, eager to pull off the heist and to finally have their hideout. Katsuki, though he looks surly, is rather excited at the prospect of doing hero work so soon, not to mention making an agency. Mother, I have decided to commit treason. Mikoto stops eating to look at her youngest, the only other person sitting at the table before she continues chewing. And why are you telling me? You do realize that the more people that know of your plans, the more likely you are to be found out, yes? Sasuke nods. I was hoping if you knew of someone that would be willing to help. We need more people. Mikoto sighs. And now I know that you have accomplices. But if you're looking for more people, you should ask your cousin Shursui. Even if he refuses to participate, he won't rat you out. If your act of treason won't endanger Konoha, that is. He'll definitely snitch if you're doing something dangerous. Shifting under his mother's look, Sasuke tries to explain himself. It's not dangerous. I'm just trying to help my friend find out about his parents, is all. Mikoto relaxes and nods in approval. Committing mild treason to help a friend find out their heritage is a good learning experience for all growing children. Why, she still remembers helping Kushina commit mild treason like it was just yesterday. Who is this mysterious friend of yours, anyway? You've never so much as mentioned them before. I was beginning to think you were just as much of a loner as your brother. Mikoto teases. Mom, I have friends. There's Izuku, Naruto, and even Haruno-san, I guess. Mikoto freezes. Did you say Naruto? Confused, Sasuke nods. Uzumaki Naruto? Mikoto asks, even though it's unnecessary. The number of people willing to name their kid after both a pun and ramen was small, after all. Sasuke nods again, though she can see the gears ticking in his head. Mikoto continues eating. She can't say anything without breaking the law. Nor does she want to deprive Naruto and Sasuke of this learning experience. Her son stares at her with intent, seeming to have figured things out based on the things she's let slip. She smiles, proud of her son, until she, once again, stops in her tracks. She looks at her son again. Or more specifically, his eyes. His red eyes. When the F did Sasuke unlock his Sharingan? Izuku looks around, trying to find his friend. Lighting up as soon as he finds her, Izuku calls out her name. Sakura-chan. Over here. A curious and smiling Sakura ambles on over to where he's sitting. What's going on now, Izuku? I haven't seen you this excited since you found that book about the composition of the nearby trees. Looking around to make sure no one is nearby, Izuku leans forward. Okay, so you know how Naruto doesn't know anything about his parents? Sakura nods. It's a bit hard to forget the person who found out that he had a clan because Sakura is a bookworm. Well, we just found out that all the adults know who they are. Apparently, the Hokage isn't letting anyone tell him about it. What? That's so mean of him. Sakura shouts, filled with righteous anger. How can everyone be so mean? She can't imagine everyone but her knowing who her parents are. Sh. Izuku looks around again, making sure that no one coming to scold them for the noise. He looks back towards a wilting Sakura. Sorry, she whispers. It's fine. But we're going to help him sneak into the Hokage's office so he can find out who his parents were. You want to help? Sakura nods. Of course she's going to help. It sounds like people are just ganging up and bullying Naruto, and she's not going to stand for it. I want to help. Though, can I invite my friend Ino? She'll want to help as well. And she won't snitch, I promise. You know who Naruto's parents are? Mikoto snaps out of her thoughts and diverts her attention back towards her son. Oh yes, but that's not what's important right now. Pointing her finger at her youngest, Mikoto frowns. When did you unlock your Sharingan, and why did you not inform us of this? As useful as the Sharingan is, it's dangerous in the hands of those who don't know how to use it. Gaping at her with wide eyes, Sasuke says nothing for a moment, before he gets up and bolts out of the room. Sasuke? Sasuke, get back here. Huffing, she gets up. She gets ready to start a lecture on how that is not the way to get out of trouble, but is interrupted from doing so by a scream. In a poof of smoke, Mikoto appears in the bathroom, her chained kunai in hand and Sharingan blazing. Sasuke? Are you alright? What was with the scream? A confused and scared Sasuke points a trembling hand towards the mirror. Something's wrong with my eyes. Slowing down her rapidly beating heart, Mikoto does her best to calm herself. No danger. Sasuke's okay. Putting away her weapon and turning her Sharingan off, she takes in the situation and kneels in front of Sasuke and puts her hands on his shoulder. Sasuke? Sasuke, listen to me. It's all right. You're all right. It was just your Sharingan. We read about them, remember? The dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. But I didn't train for this. I promise. Mikoto brushes the hair to the side. I know, little spark. The Sharingan can also manifest if an Uchiha is feeling desperate enough. Were you able to see things moving really slowly after you felt sad? Scrunching his nose, Sasuke thinks back. His thoughtful expression turns to a frown once his thoughts land back on the last time he was really sad. When his mother gives him a comforting smile, he mutters out what he remembers of then. A while back we found out that Naruto had a clan, but he started freaking out and he was bleeding, and I wasn't really sure what to do, then everything was moving really slowly. Do you? Sasuke pauses to shyly look up at her. Do you think that was it? While she knows that this is a serious and important event for Sasuke, she has to hold back her initial reaction of snorting. After all, what are the odds of an Uchiha and an Uzumaki becoming friends, and the Uchiha unlocking their Sharingan because of the Uzumaki? Yes, that's more than enough to do the trick. Getting back up, Mikoto smiles at her son. Now, what do you say I show you a few fun tricks with your Sharingan? Right now. Soon as you finish eating. Don't think you'll get out of it that easily. All right, Hataki. Where do they live? I want to get this over with. I have a headache from dealing with morons all day. Looking away from his book, Kakashi eye smiles at Tsunade. Of course, Tsunadeheim. Tsunade stares at him for a few minutes. How the F did you say that? It's a degree secret degree. If you don't cut that sheet out, I'm going to stab you during surgery. Isn't that the point, though? With a throbbing vein visible on her forehead, Tsunade turns to her apprentice. Shizune. Yes, Shursho? You're dead to me. Oh no. Whatever shall I do now? Hearing the doorbell ring, Naruto puts down his notebook of awesome pranks with a groan and heads towards the door. Who is it, Tebeo? Do you need help finding a clock? It's the middle of the night. Nice to see you too, brat. Naruto blinks up at Tsunade in confusion. What are you doing here, Bachan? He turns to Kakashi and Ai when Naruto hears him laugh. What? Why are you laughing? Nothing. I'll leave grandmother and grandson to catch up then. Saying that, Kakashi and Ai disappears in a poof of smoke. Naruto hates it when he does that. He turns back to Tsunade when she clears her throat. I'm not your grandmother, brat. Why'd you call me that? Naruto tilts his head in confusion. What do you mean? Your family that's old. What else would you be? Naruto just watches as she rubs her forehead. He's not sure what part of this Kakashi and Ai found funny, or why Bachan looks annoyed, but he doesn't like not knowing the joke. Whatever. Pack your bag. And tell your green-haired friend and his brother to pack up too. I took the three of you in. What? We just met, Tebeo. Tsunade shrugs. It's like you said. We're family. The gears in Naruto's head start spinning at that. Suddenly, he jumps back and points at her accusingly. You haven't told me why weren't there so far. The other guy did, but you didn't. You're not gonna trick me and get out of it, Tebeo. It wasn't a trick. You ran out of the room before I could say anything. Naruto shrinks at that in embarrassment. He forgot that he ran out in a hurry to share what he learnt with Izuku and Sasuke. But the reason I wasn't here till now was because I didn't know you existed. No one bothered to tell me about it. Oh, that makes sense. It'd definitely be hard to be there for someone if you didn't know they existed, Tebeo. You and your friends pack up and meet me downstairs. We'll head out to the Senju clan compound together. Tsunade crashes into a chair and chugs a bottle of alcohol. Gods, I needed that. You find anything useful, Jiraiya? Dropping his invisibility jutsu, Jiraiya materializes in the other chair, a half-drunk bottle of booze already in hand. He downs everything that is left in the bottle. paid Orochimaru's old labs a visit, looked through it under the assumption that he wasn't acting of his own volition. And, letting his head fall onto the backrest, Jiraiya looks at his teammate. You remember that thing we did when we were newly promoted Chunin? We did a lot of things back then. Which one in particular are you talking about? The carvings we made. Tsunade hums. Yeah, I remember. To mark the way if we're kidnapped. 1 hole for the slug's foot, 2 for snake fangs, and 3 for a toad's webbed feet. Fang holes were carved everywhere. Lab counters, some of the walls, the floor, the chairs. Everywhere. The newest among them are lesser in number. Jiraiya rubs his face. And I didn't notice the first time around because I thought he'd actually turn cruel and evil. Tsunade chuckles. 2 of the greatest shinobi to ever live, and it took a kid's intervention for us to realize our teammate was more nerd than evil. Hooray for us. They sit in silence, stewing in thought. I'm going to find him. Tsunade raises an eyebrow. What about Naruto? I thought you wanted to be near the kid. Yeah, well, he's fine. Not to mention he's got you and Kakashi. Tsunade rolls her eyes. Leave it to Jiraiya to be naively optimistic. Not having any counterargument other than her cynicism, she changes the topic. Are you going to tell Sensei? No. Grinning, Tsunade leans forward. Well, such a big difference from the teacher's pet I'm used to. If I got the news about Orochimaru's crimes from anyone else, I would have had a toad eat them. But coming from Sensei, I had no other choice but to believe it. There's no way he would have accused his favorite student of so many crimes if he wasn't sure. Tsunade does not like the implications of that. She first heard the news from the rumor mills, and later from Jiraiya himself. You think Sensei was behind this? Isn't that a bit too manipulative even for the old codger? Either that, or he's a puppet in someone else's scheme. Best to keep this information to ourselves for now. Toby is happy horrified. His plan is progressing well. Nagato, the idiot, is easy to manipulate, and the recruiting was off to a good start. Of course, if he wants his plan to continue progressing smoothly, he'll have to kill off the Uchiha clan soon. No, please, no, not my family. They are, after all, the only ones capable of stopping his plans altogether. He'd prefer getting rid of every single Sharingan, but that traitor Hatake would need to be targeted separately, and that isn't worth the effort. Toby is going to follow his master's monsters plan. Toby will bring about a utopia. Because Toby is a good boy. He isn't. Someone help him. Please. After finally being back in the village after so many years, she didn't expect to have visitors so soon. Least of all to complain to her about one of the kids she took in. I can assure you, Kawano-san, that Naruto did not eat half of all the chili peppers in your store. The kid has a terrible spice tolerance, and you would have caught him. I want to see that brat punished. Tsunade levels him with a flat look. Just to be clear, you want me to punish Naruto because he apparently broke into your house and set all the clocks forward by an hour? Yes. I'm sorry, but you are aware that you are accusing a 7-year-old of this, right? I want that little demon to pay. In any other situation, she'd have been furious at the demon remark, but right now she can't do much more than be confused. For climbing a tree? How the F do you get your shoes stolen while you're wearing them? Tsunade is both happy and annoyed that she's back in the village. Happy because she gets to stand up and look out for the last of her family. Annoyed because what the F were the villagers smoking? This is a hole. Sakura looks at her in confusion. But it has blankets. A cozy hole. Ah, don't be such a downer, Ino-chan. I'm sure it'll get cooler the more we work on it. It's already pretty cool to me, Tebeo. Ino looks around at their secret base in doubt. It's a large cave thing that they dug, with a ladder going up to one side. They were able to push over a large enough rock to hide the entrance and the ladder. There are a couple of blankets and flashlights, along with far too many pranking supplies. Token's right. We'll make it better later, but it's good enough to go through with the plan. Ino shrugs. That's fair enough. It's why she's here to begin with, after all. Ino hates bullies. It gets on her nerves whenever they make fun of Shika for being too lazy, or Choji for being too fat. Those two are her dorks. Only she's allowed to make fun of them. And also, some of them are so mean to Sakura. And for something as stupid as having a big forehead, that just means there's more room for the smarts to stay. So when Sakura told her that one of her friends was being bullied by all the adults in the village, she was upset. She expected something like this from that idiot cousin of hers, Rika, not her parents. She agreed to help immediately, and here she is. She did, of course, think about telling Shika and Choji, but Choji would probably be heartbroken that so many people he knows are bullies, while Shika would have just called it a drag and taken a nap. Midoriya-san clears his throat. Alright, we all ready? After receiving everyone's nod, he grins wide and starts climbing the ladder. Let's go then. She, like everyone else, ignores Bakugo-san's let's go. Izuku, Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto slowly make their way towards the academy, each of them carrying a bag. Naruto's and Izuku's bags have pranking supplies, while Sakura and Sasuke have empty scrolls and ink. Looking around, they make sure there isn't anyone nearby, and considering that it's a Sunday, there shouldn't be. Slowly, they make their way into the building, letting Naruto take the lead. Apparently, he's snuck in here a bunch of times before, so he knows how to get them close to the Hokage's office. They just need to make it to a closet to hide in before the Kaken and Yamanaka-san start the distraction. Although, it seems like Izuku jinxed it, considering they hear a very familiar boom off in the distance. They look at each other in panic. They're gonna get caught when someone comes down to check. Izuku is snapped out of his panic when Naruto starts dragging them into the nearest classroom. This classroom belongs to this guy with white hair. He's almost never here, Tebeo. I used to use it to hide out in. Nodding, they all quickly enter and close the door, hiding underneath the tables. They wait with bated breath, afraid to make even a tiny noise and ruin their plan. A moment later, Naruto sags down in relief. They left Tebeo. Let's hurry. How'd you know that? Izuku asks in confusion. And rightly so, far as he's concerned. He didn't hear or see a thing, other than when the running people were right by the door. What do you mean? Couldn't you hear them? Gigi even sounded a bit panicked. No, I didn't hear a thing. Izuku shakes his head. Never mind, we can try to figure that out later. Let's go. Leaving their hiding spot, they all head towards the Hokage's office, before splitting up, with Sakura and Sasuke heading inside and Naruto and Izuku bringing their prank supplies out and going to town. Painting the walls, doors, floor and desks. Throwing glitter on anything within reach, drawing frowny faces on the blackboards with chalk, and tying thread at the bottom of doorways, and filling the teacher's office with stickers and balloons full of more glitter. Collecting all their supplies, they head back to the Hokage's office and enter it, to be greeted with the sight of Sakura and Sasuke, who has his Sharingan active, quickly shoveling their scrolls back into their bags. Are we done? Izuku asks. He's not sure how much more time Kaken can buy them. He's surprised that they've been able to make as big of a mess as they have. Then again, a good deal of it was done by Naruto, who goes overboard with everything he does. Turning off his Sharingan, and Izuku has so many questions about that. Like, does it make him blink less? Does it make his eyes harder and stronger? Can he see more colors than normal eyes? He knows that now is hardly the time to ask such questions, though, no matter how much he wants to. Sasuke nods. Let's leave. Wait. I gotta do something real quick. Saying that, Naruto runs towards the Hokage's chair, and puts down a whoopee cushion and some pins. Payback for lying to me, Tebeo. Now we can leave. At that, they all make a break for it, running to Sasuke's house. Apparently, his mom agreed to say that they were there the entire time, and none of them were dumb enough to say no to that. Katsuki kicks a rock, huffing in impatience. Izuku and the rest of those extras ran off to do cool spy sheet, while him and Ponytail are stuck being the FING distraction. Growling, he sets off a few small explosions to try and calm down. Would you cut that out? We're trying to be quiet. Stay out of my way, Ponytail. Puffing up her cheeks, she gets in his face and screams at him. My name is Ayano. Get it right, you Pomeranian knockoff. Setting off more explosions, he snarls, Did you call me? She pokes him in the chest with every word she says. I, poke, called. Poke, you. Poke, poke, Pomeranian knockoff. Poke. Screaming in anger, he tackles her, setting off more explosions as he does so. They both roll until they reach the wall of the alley they were standing in. Ino reaches over to pick up a trash can and hits him in the head with it, accompanied by a scream of her own. Katsuki, who was thrown off by her attack, gets back up and holds his hands out in front of him. Die! And then he lets loose an explosion. Ino rolls out of the way, picks up a stray flower pot, and breaks it over his head. Before he has the chance to get back up, she picks up a cool stick she saw on the ground and holds it out like a sword. Katsuki, sweating from the exertion of the fight so far and anger at Ponytail for not going down faster, gets up and runs at her, shooting out the largest explosions he can manage, occasionally having to try and dodge stones she threw at him. Stay still, damn it. Why would I do that, you moron? Did you call me? Their fight is interrupted when those ninja assholes show up and lift them like they're FANG cats. Let go of me, you fucker. I'm gonna blow your face off. At that, the a-hole holding him brings him down from shoulder height to around his hips. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Ponytail, who until now was struggling against his captor, a look of caution and fear on her face. While Katsuki might think she's an annoying but extra, Izuku likes her and thinks of her as a friend, and he knows that the DMN nerds gonna be upset and cry if she gets hurt too much. So Katsuki's just gonna have to blow these fuckers up before they can do anything else. But he's not sure how. He tried blowing the extras up, and that didn't work. So he decides to do what Auntie Inko told him to do if some weirdo adult comes up to him and tries to take him away. Rearing his leg, Katsuki swings it back and kicks him in the nuts. Soon as he's dropped, Katsuki wastes no time and launches himself at the fucker holding onto Ponytail, launching an explosion in the nuts. The second weirdo lets go of Ponytail and falls to the ground, prompting Katsuki to grab her hand and start running. She seems to pick up on what he was doing because she starts to run on her own, keeping pace with him. Katsuki takes the moment to look back and see if the weirdos were still on the ground or if they're chasing them, only to curse when he sees more than two of the fuckers right behind him. Oh no, you don't. A ninja jumps down from the roof and catches them, and before Katsuki can try and stage another escape, his surroundings blur, and they're standing somewhere else. Now, a weird old man says, "What were you two doing?" Ponytail starts to say something, but Katsuki speaks up before he can say anything. He, once again, remembers something Auntie Inko told him and Izuku. That if some creepy old man catches them, refuses to let them go, and asks them weird stuff, that there's something called a pedophile, and that they should scream for help as loud as possible. So that's what Katsuki does. Help. Help. It's a pedophile. He's got us. After the sheet show that happened with Tsunade a few weeks ago, Hiruzen is done with drama for however long he's alive. Which is why he groans when he hears the explosion out in the village. Scratch that, explosions. He swears, if this is another attempted retaliation by IWA, he is going to snap and turn that village into a crater. Just because he prefers peace doesn't mean he isn't the second god of shinobi, the professor. Much to his surprise, annoyance, and amusement, it turned out to be a couple of kids messing around. Just lecture them, he thought. Tell them to tone things down, he thought. But instead, one of the kids started shouting about getting caught by pedophiles, drawing the attention of everyone in hearing range, regardless of if they were a civilian or a ninja. After all, there is nothing Konoha values more than its budding leaves. On the one hand, he is proud at how quick and protective the village is of its young. On the other hand, "Sensei? What's going on?" asks a very irritated Tsunade, an arm resting on her hip, the crowd parting to let her through. "Tsunade, it's nice to see you again. How are things at the hospital?" Tsunade raises her eyebrow. "I thought you didn't care about the hospital. What's going on here?" Sighing, Hiruzen gestures towards the two kids being held in the air. These two were fighting, causing explosions and setting fire to things to an extent that I thought the village was under attack. I was about to give them a talking to when you showed up. Tsunade then seems to get her first look at the two children in question, because she immediately starts to scowl. F's wrong with you, brat? You have nothing better to do than pick fights with strangers. The kid scowls back. We weren't fighting, you stupid old hag. Tell her, Ponytail. Ponytail nods at that. He's right, Hokai-sama, Suna-sama. We were just messing around. Sorry for causing a disturbance. Saying that, she bows as best as she can, held up in the air as she is. Tsunade rubs her face with a groan. Where's your brother, brat? How the f would I know? What do I look like, his babysitter? With another groan, she walks over to him and snatches him out of the ANBU's hand. I apologize for his actions, sensei. I'll make sure to knock some sense into him. Saying that, she drags the aggressive kid away, chewing him out all the while. Hiruzen lets out a sigh of relief. Letting Tsunade take in those kids might have been the best decision he's ever made, because she's been far too busy dealing with them to show up in his office and threaten him. Mikoto smiles at the kids bowing to her in greeting. She waves them off with a smile. No need to be so formal. Come in. You're just in time. I just finished setting up the party. The kids look at each other in confusion, before the green-haired starts panicking. Wait, there's a party? Suchin, how could you not tell us? I didn't bring anything. Omi go to city our birthday but waity our birthday we saw hi ligo. Laughing, Mikoto explains, a grin ever present on her face. This was Sasuke's first act of treason, how could we not celebrate it? Now come on in. There's cake. She stifled her giggles at the excited gasp her last statement made. Izuku, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto are all gathered in Naruto's room in the Senju estate, all the scrolls they copied in the middle of their little circle. While a part of Naruto wants to wait until everyone involved in the plan can be here for this, Ino was grounded for a week by her dad for the stunt she pulled, and Katsuki told them all to F off and went to sleep. There's a bigger part of him that wants the information now. His parents' identity, his identity, is in one of those scrolls and he doesn't want to wait an entire week to find out. Naruto is so glad that Sasuke unlocked his Sharingan, because he doesn't think anyone else would have been able to copy the picture in front of him. Uzumaki Kushina, the Red Death, is his mother. And apparently she was badass. And she was a candidate for the 4th Hokage before Namake's Minato was chosen. And she was so pretty. He hopes he'll be as pretty as her when he grows up. He's a bit upset that his hair isn't red like that though. It looks so nice and bright that he thinks it might even be better than orange. He doesn't even care that they haven't found anything on his dad yet. This is already the best thing he's ever learned. Naruto was so excited by this that he didn't even complain when Sakura pointed out that it was late and they should go to sleep. And when Naruto closes his eyes, he looks forward to having a nice dream for once. One where his mother is there. One where he doesn't see the other kids making fun of him for being an orphan. Except, when he closes his eyes and falls asleep, rather than being greeted with darkness, or the red hair of his mother, he's greeted with dripping, murky water, and the burnt fur of a giant cat. The cat moves around in its cage, which made Naruto wonder who the hell was running around building cages that big, and why taking slow steps. So, the cat growls, "You've finally shown up. My jailer comes to greet me at last." Tsunade looks around the table, at Izuku hiding something from Katsuki, at Katsuki trying to reach over and blow up whatever Izuku was hiding, at Shizune trying to scold the two of them, and at Naruto daydreaming with a confused grin on his face. She never thought she'd have this. A family. Not after Dan and Nawaki died. And yet here she is. Smothering the fond look she no doubt has, she decides to step in and give Shizune a break. Katsuki, stop trying to blow up your brother. Izuku, stop trying to carve that carrot into a knife. And Naruto, you can daydream later, eat your food. Tsunade nods in satisfaction at Katsuki and Izuku looking chastised, in their own way. Naruto, on the other hand, distractedly hums and goes back to his daydream. Reaching over with a sigh, Tsunade shakes his shoulder. Naruto, something on your mind, brat? I had a strange dream. Tsunade raises her eyebrow. Well, this should be interesting. Oh, what was it? Grinning excitedly, Naruto starts describing his dream, gesticulating all the while. I was in a sewer that was huge. I couldn't even see the roof, Tebeo. And there was this huge cage that had a really cute cat as big as the Hokage mountain. Tsunade stares at the kid. It can't be what she's thinking. No way, there's no any way the brat made contact with the fox. It took ages for Kushina and her grandmother, and they did it intentionally. Sounds like you had fun. How did the cat look? Naruto pauses and frowns, likely in thought, before he looks back at her with a smile. It had orange fur, and its eyes kinda looked like Sasuke's when he uses his snake gun. His Sharingan, Tsunade cuts in. Yeah, that. Swallowing her apprehension, and praying to Yuzu that she's wrong, Tsunade asks the question she's been dreading. How many tails did it have? 9. I remember that 'cause I saw something moving behind the cat, and I was curious if there was another cat, but nope. Just a bunch of tails moving really fast. She's going to have to tell him. If he can get into the seal without meaning to, Tsunade would prefer that the kid knows that the QB is dangerous. And while it's against the law, she doesn't have much of a. She either follows the law and lets Naruto get killed by the fox, or she breaks it and he might survive. She's sure Sensei will get over it. And if he doesn't? Well, she can take him. Whether in a fight or a coup is a different thing. It pays to be the Senju princess and one of the Sannin. It puts in a place of familiarity and trust with the daimyo, after all. Naruto? Come on, brat. There are a couple of things I need to tell you about your parents. She gets up and starts walking to her study. Shizune, make sure Katsuki and Izuku don't eavesdrop. She says without looking back, smiling at hearing Izuku yelp. Reaching the study, she waits until Naruto enters the room and locks the door. Walking over to and leaning on the table in the back, she sighs. As necessary as it is, she can't help but have second thoughts. Naruto is too young to have something like this on his shoulders. Bachan? Are you finally going to tell me who they were? She looks into his young, innocent face, and closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. All she can do is her best and pray that it was the right choice. But even as she convinces, a small part of her can't help but feel like she's failed her grandfather. She tries her best to ignore the poisonous whispers. Some legacy you are, can't even keep a single kid live out his childhood. First Nawaki, now this? Naruto is just the latest in a long line of children she's failed. She starts speaking before she can spiral anymore. It's about how they died. And she instantly regrets not spiraling as soon as she looks at Naruto's fearful and confused eyes. You'll learn about it later in school, but the day you were born, the village was nearly destroyed by a monster. The only reason the village survived was because of the yondaime. Despite the heavy topic, Tsunade has to hold in a snort at the way Naruto's eyes start to shine at the mention of the yondaime. It's rather ironic that the kid looks up to and idolizes his father, even if he doesn't know it. But even as strong as he was, he couldn't defeat it. So he had to do something else. What was it, Tebeo? This time, she does snort at the way the kid's vibrating in place. He sealed it into the only thing that could hold it. An Uzumaki baby. She sees the gears turning in the kid's head. While he may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, she knows that he isn't stupid. I'm the baby, aren't I? That wasn't a dream, was it? I somehow entered the seal. He stares off to the side, getting his though in order, and Tsunade lets him. Yuzu knows she'd be a thing mess if she was in his position. She's just glad that he hasn't tried socking her in the face like she would have at his age. Why an Uzumaki? It would have made more sense to put the seal on himself, Tebeo. As awesome as I am, why would he trust a baby? Because you made a riveting speech on why you should be chosen. Tsunade drawls. Wait, really? Tsunade pinches her brow. I was being sarcastic, brat. You were literally the only option. Why the F else would he put a FNG baby in charge? Naruto makes a small in understanding. The Uzumaki are the only clan capable of holding the monster. It was sealed in your mother's stomach before you. Naruto's eyes widen at that. Wait. Are you telling me that both of us were in my mom at the same time, Tebeo? Yes, Tsunade answers hesitantly. Something about that question seemed off to her. But before she can think or say anything about it, Naruto interrupts her thoughts. Can I tell this to Zuchan, Suchin, and Katsuki? Tsunade shrugs. Go for it. Hopefully whatever he does with this information isn't stupid. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto does, in fact, go on to do something stupid. Feeling his jailer appear once more, Kurama gets up, peering down through the bars, gazing at his jailer with disdain and anger. He paces around as much as his cage will let him. This human may be his warden, but Kurama won't give the brat the satisfaction of seeing him lonely. If the insignificant little humans want to see him as a monster, he'll give them a monster. The brat gasps and opens his mouth, no doubt to accuse Kurama of being a monster, like those before him have. What comes out instead was, "Hi kitty. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you, Tebeo." Kurama freezes in his tracks, anger being replaced by confusion, before it comes back crashing with twice the weight. "I am a fox, you insolent brat. The QB. How dare you compare me to one of those insignificant creatures?" Tilting his head, the human scrunches his face, staying quiet. Kurama huffs out a breath, satisfied that he scared his latest warden. Satisfaction that is short-lived, of course, because the brat just had to be the most infuriating and confusing being Kurama has ever met in his long life. "QB? Like the weirdo that wrecked the bar? Suhaji is always complaining about you, Tebeo." Kurama stares blankly at the human in front of him. "You don't who I am?" "Course I don't. You never introduced yourself." "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Tebeo." Kurama feels the most confused he has in centuries. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Why is his warden acting so friendly? Where's the hate, the disdain, the insults? So he does what he does best. Does what he does with everyone, his siblings included. He withdraws and pushes everything away to an emotion he is used to. "Let me introduce myself then. I am the nine-tailed fox, the eldest and strongest of the Bijou, the very one that destroyed your precious little village, regardless of how much your precious Yondaime Hokage tried to stop me." As much as he hates the human, Kurama can respect and remember one of the only beings to have achieved the feat of beating him. "Whoa," the human exclaims, stars in his eyes. "My baby brother's so cool, Tebeo. He fought the yellow flash. Take that, Zui. My brother's cooler than yours. Where did you get the idea that I'm your younger brother? You pest. Well, both of us were in mom's stomach, and you came out after I did. I know I'm not that smart, but I know what this means, Tebeo. We're twins and you're the younger brother. I even asked Zuchan to make sure." "What?" The brat gives him a thumbs up. "I don't know how you got here, but don't worry. Big brother Naruto is gonna get you out of this sewer, Tebeo." And with that, the human disappeared, presumably because he woke up and is back in his body proper, rather than this manifested merge of the seal and his mind. "What the F dash? Why'd you call us, Bachan?" Tsunade stands in the training grounds in the Senju compound, hands folded in front of her, and looks at the kids in front of her. The three she took in, and that pink-haired friend of theirs. Even though it's been 4 years, she still has moments where she thinks she's dreaming. Moments where she expects to wake up, and for this little family she's carved for herself to disappear. Which is what makes it harder than it should be. Sometimes, she absolutely hates whoever was the fucker that died and left her in charge. Especially since she took in 3.5 brats who depend on her for guidance and care. There are people that hate both the Senju clan and me specifically. People that might try and attack you to get at me. So, starting today, I'll be giving you some basic training. And I want to make one thing clear. This is not ninja training, nor do you have to become a ninja because of this training. Understood? She sees them nod frantically in response to her stern tone. I am only teaching you so that if you are ever attacked, you can keep yourself alive long enough for me to show up. I am not pushing you towards being a ninja. Regardless of who opposes her, that is one thing that she will never budge on. Between herself, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, they can keep the kids safe from anything short of an army of S ranks attacking at once. After giving them a few minutes to take in what she said, Tsunade starts with the training. Alright, Katsuki, work on channeling your chakra, and please keep the explosions to a minimum. Izuku, Sakura, the two of you will be going through the katas for my taijutsu style. It laces chakra into it, and the two of you have shown enough control to be able to use it. Wait, what about me? I want to learn a super cool taijutsu too, Tebeo. Naruto, Tsunade starts. The last time you tried to channel chakra, you blew yourself up. And my taijutsu style needs chakra infusion. What am I gonna learn then? I don't know any other taijutsu styles, but I do know how to use a few weapons. I figured you'd like that. Naruto grins wide. Hell yeah. Which weapon are you going to teach me to use? Oh, is it a sword? Sasuke said that his brother learned how to use a sword. Snorting in amusement, Tsunade makes a couple of shadow clones, one to keep an eye on Katsuki and one to teach Naruto, and starts the training. Hi Q. How you doing? Kurama growls at him. What do you want? Gasping, his warden puts a hand over his chest. You forgot. It's tea time. No. But I brought tea. How? I don't really know, Tebeo. Anyway, you wanna play Go Fish? Kurama sighs. He has spent years being as aggressive as he can, and the human still believes them to be twins. Yes, he sighs out, hoping that the brat will leave him alone if his stupidity is indulged. Naruto. Tsunade sees the brat look out of his room. What is it, Bachan? How the F did you break into the homes of everyone that's been mean to you and replace their water with lemon juice? I'm just awesome like that, Tebeo. She reaches over and grasps his ear. One of these days you're going to slip up and get caught. If you're going to pull pranks, at least stick to safer ones. She spent so long getting hurt because she refused to fight back. How could she? After all, she knew exactly how it felt to be on the receiving end of her clan's taijutsu. But she thinks she's figured out a way to keep herself from getting hurt, while not hurting anyone else. It may have taken a few years, but Hinata thinks she's finally figured it out. As the heiress to her clan, she's expected to be good at fighting regardless of whether she wants to or not. And while the way she's expected to fight is by using the clan's taijutsu, the elders won't care much if she can prove something else to be more effective. And after years of sneaking out to the village library, she thinks she's found the answer, Fuinjutsu, a branch of ninja arts that is known widely for its versatility. If she can become good enough at it, she'll be able to end a fight without anyone having to get hurt. Mother. Mikoto looks over at her son. What is it, Sasuke? Could you teach me to use a sword? Mikoto raises an eyebrow. Oh, and why would you want to learn to use a sword? Because Naruto's learning how to fight with a staff and he's being insufferable about it. Mikoto shakes her head in amusement. It's simultaneously amusing and creepy how much Sasuke and Naruto's interactions mirror her and Kushina's when they were younger. Fine, I'll teach you. But it's going to be a lot of work. You think you're up for it? She asks with a grin. Sasuke eagerly nods with wide eyes. Every ninja that was cool and famous had something that they were known for. A calling card of a sort. And even though he still has a few years before he can become a ninja, he wants to figure out what his calling card's going to be. And like any other Uzumaki, the moment he faced a problem, he turned towards Fuinjutsu for the answer. It took him a few weeks, but Naruto finally perfected the new seal he was working on. A modified explosive seal that releases the smoke part of an explosion as opposed to the explosion itself. He was even able to change the color of the smoke to make it orange. He is so going to use this during his next prank. It'll drive people crazy knowing that it was him but not being able to prove it. While being taught taijutsu by the Senju Tsunade is a huge honor, Izuku can't help but feel like basic defensive stances aren't enough. He wants more. He wants to grow stronger. Strong enough to be a hero like All Might. Strong enough to protect people. Strong enough to keep his promise and save Aoi. What he's learning now is good, but it isn't enough. So he decides on something. If people don't want to teach him what he wants to know, he'll just learn it himself. And even if teaching himself more stances is impossible, he always has Aoda's advice to fall back on. It doesn't matter how strong your prey is if it doesn't have the chance to react. Zuchan, I need your help. Izuku slowly drops out of his stance and wipes his forehead. What is it, Token? You know Kyumi, right? Izuku blinks in confusion. The name is kind of familiar, but he can't remember from where. No. The grumpy old lady that has camellia plants growing in front of her house. Oh, her. Yeah, I remember her. Well, I need your help to steal the wisteria trees from her backyard. Rather than responding, Izuku instead chooses to stare blankly at his best friend. I'm sure I'll help. But why? Crossing his arms with a frown on his face, Naruto growls out, "She was rude Sasuke and insulted Aunt Mikoto." Now fully on board, Izuku nods. Lead the way then. Sitting down, Mikoto gently lays the bouquet of chrysanthemums in front of her. Looking at the gravestone with a sad smile, she speaks softly. Hey, Kushina. I hope you're doing well. Sorry that it's been a while, but I brought you your favorite, so I hope you'll forgive me. She lets out a breath and leans back onto her hands, looking at the clouds above her. He is so much like you, Kushina, that at times it's like looking at a ghost. He acts and talks just like you did when we were kids. She lets out a small laugh. Did you know that he and Sasuke broke into the Hogue's office to find out who his parents were? He even decided to prank the Hokage while they were there. Closing her eyes, she lies down. Like this, lying down at night and talking to Kushina, Mikoto can pretend that her sister never died for just a little while. That the two were just lying under the night sky and talking like they used to. You know, sometimes I wonder how you would have reacted to his pranks. Would you have tried to be the adult and scolded him, or would have congratulated him on a prank well done? You always were a mother hen, she says with a smile, but you did also fight hard for your reputation as the viscous prankster of Konoha. You called for me, Hokage-sama? Kakashi may have threatened him in the past, but that was in defense of his brother. Outside of that argument, he does still hold a lot of respect for his leader. Sarutobi-sama looks up from the pile of paperwork on his desk with a sigh. Yes. I have a new mission for you, Kakashi. Shifting through the papers and scrolls littering his desk, he finds the correct one and hands it to Kakashi. One of our allies sent word for aid. This is an S-rank search and rescue mission. Escort any surviving allies back to Konoha. Your secondary mission will be to eliminate any hostile you come across. Kakashi doesn't move from his position, standing at attention with his hands behind his back. Is this a solo mission, Hokage-sama, or will I have a squad assigned? Yugao Yuzuki and 2 of our younger ninja will accompany you. You and Yugao are to keep an eye on them. They are currently being considered for the ANBU division. Kakashi hides a wince. S-rank missions are hard enough to do without having to babysit someone who's never done an S-rank before. Understood, Hokage-sama. Who will we be assessing? Uchiha Shisui and his younger cousin, Uchiha Itachi. Something's wrong, Tebeo. Sighing, Tsunade quickly makes her way to the bathroom. Hopefully, it's nothing serious, and just more teenage drama. What is it, Naruto? She asks as she rounds the corner. Shifting his attention from the mirror to her, Naruto levels her with a panicked look. My hair's red. Why is it red? Am I sick? Am I going to die? I haven't become Hokage yet, I can't die, Tebeo. And while he does indeed have red hair, she was more focused on Uzumaki's sealing chains coming out of his back. Giving him as comforting of a smile as she can manage, she starts speaking softly. Naruto, I want you to calm down, okay? Calm down, that's it. Deep breaths. Now, can you try and feel your chakra and slowly pull it back in? Giving a shaky nod, Naruto closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and stills. A few minutes later, the chains start retracting back into his back, his hair shifting back to red as it does. Great job. You're back to normal. Take a look. Naruto hurriedly does so, smiling widely as he does. Oh, what was that? That, Tsunade starts with a fond smile, is one of the Uzumaki bloodlines. A bloodline your mother also had. Standing on a tree branch, Kakashi looks over Takigakure, the village hidden in the waterfall. A village that's in ruin, with rubble and embers all that's left of the village. He hears his little kohai, Yugao Yuzuki, the censor of the squad, speaks up. Captain, there's 2 hostiles to the north with a significant chakra reserve. Likely S rank. Can you sense any survivors? Yes. Good. The 3 of you locate and evacuate survivors. I'll occupy the hostiles. If I'm still fighting by the time you're done, Itachi and Shursui will stay back and act as a guard, while Yugao provides me with backup. Understood? Hearing through? Yes, sirs, he nods. Move out. Trusting his subordinates to do their job, Kakashi quickly dashes over to where Yugao said the hostiles were. As soon as he gets there, he starts cataloging everything he sees about the enemy. 2 male ninja with slashed Kirigakure headbands, dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. A uniform, most likely, but not one he knows of. But he doesn't recognize the ninja or their uniform, he does recognize the sword one of them carries. The Kiba. It doesn't take him long to identify the ninja once he recognizes the sword. Biwa Juzo, ex-member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. S-rank missing Nin. Low threat. Kurasuke Raiga, the Thunder of the Hidden Mist. Also an ex-member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. S-rank missing Nin. High threat. He shunshins out of the way of half a dozen kunai thrown at him by Biwa. Hatake Kakashi, the Lightning Killer. Oh, you'll definitely put up a better fight than the trash here. Biwa Juzo, the swordsman without his sword. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about you. Before Biwa has a chance to retort, Kakashi moves. And by the time anyone can process what happened, Kakashi was pulling out a fading Raikiri. He's glad that he's still able to use his Raikiri even without the Sharingan. Guess all those years of practice using the jutsu helped for something. Pulling out a kunai, he falls to the ground, narrowly dodging the Kiba. Kakashi uses a substitution on a nearby piece of rubble, having a go at stabbing Raiga in the leg before using the jutsu. Cheap tricks like that won't work on me, Hatake. Raiga taunts. Why don't we have a fun little competition, see who has better command over lighting? Raiga puts his swords in front of him, letting them crackle with electricity. Sighing, Kakashi shifts into his own stance. Unfortunately, that is a competition you will lose. Raiten, Shurden. Hatake Kakashi, reporting in with a successful mission, Hokage-sama. Nodding, Hiruzen takes the pipe out of his mouth. Excellent. Report. Takigakure was in ruins, with a majority of its inhabitants dead by the time we got there. There were 2 hostiles, S-rank missing Nin from Kiri. I was able to eliminate the threat while my team evacuated the few survivors. I was able to retrieve one of the missed legendary swords, the Kiba. Hiruzen nods, thinking over the information. Having the Kiba on Konoha's side would be a boon. Normally, Kiri might try and threaten them to get the sword, but he doubts that they'll be doing so anytime soon considering they're in the middle of a civil war. The only issue is who to use the sword. Shaking his head, he decides to just go with the easiest option, and let the lightning-using son of the White Fang keep the swords. Kaomi walked towards her home after a long day of working at her shop. Not only did she have to deal with the demon brat, but she also had to deal with that bloody clan of traitors. In her sulking, Kaomi didn't notice the blonde-haired kid on the roof a few buildings away, nor did she notice the seal above her door. So it was much to her surprise when the moment she stepped through the door, she heard a loud and obnoxious quack. And much to her frustration, she couldn't figure out where it was coming from, how long it would be there, or why it eventually stopped an hour later. Stifling his giggles, Naruto makes a hand sign, activating the self-destruct part of the seal. It slowly disappears from its place above the door, releasing orange smoke as it does. His attempts at not full-on cackling fail when he hears the lady scream, "Damn it, Uzumaki." Naruto ducks into the library with a grin, eager to give the gift he made to his friend. It took him months to work out the seals for this, given how hard inscribes such a complex seal on such a small space. And sure, storage seals are novice seals, but every storage seal has inlaid specifications about the dimensions and properties of the things allowed to be sealed into it, and Naruto needed something as fluid and chaotic as chakra to be stored. His grin widens when he spots her, and he shouts her name with a wave. Hinata-chan. His waving hand immediately goes to clutch at his head when someone whacks him. Turning around, he spots the grumpy old fossil that runs the library. Sorry, Abio-san. I'll remember to be quiet. He leaves with a humph, probably to go reorder the same 3 books, the weirdo. Shrugging, he quickly makes his way over to where Hinata-chan was. Hey, Hinata-chan. Guess what I got? He shoves the gloves into her hands before she can say anything, causing her to giggle at him, and something in Naruto swells in pride. She was normally so shy and hesitant and sad that being able to make her laugh that easily makes him happier and prouder than he can describe. Hinata-chan takes a closer look at the gloves, noting the small metal plates along the top of the gloves, filled with etchings that she can vaguely recognize. Is that a converter seal, Naruto-kun? Nodding eagerly, Naruto smiles. Yep. Hinata scrunches her eyebrows, looking at it closer. It's connected to a modified storage seal counterclockwise. It's supposed to take something and convert it into air, I think. She goes quiet, looking at the seal he made, and Naruto's just content to sit there and watch her. He never thought he'd ever be able to be so still and quiet, but Hinata gets him in a way others just don't, and it's not just the way they both share a love for Fuinjutsu. When he's with the rest of his friends and family, and wasn't up to being happy and energetic, they would get sad and worried, thinking that maybe something was wrong with him and ask him about it. Hinata just lets him be. Let him be on his off days, but still willing to just sit there with him and give him company. And he relishes that feeling of calm reassurance. He, to this day, thanks whichever deity let him run into the reserved girl. So, he sits there patiently, willing to wait until she figures out the seal he made. And she does. She looks up at him with a blinding grin. Naruto-kun, how'd you get this storage seal to do this? The spatial component is fluctuating. This should have blown up this moment you drew it. Instead of being upset or annoyed that she figured out something he himself spent months trying to figure out, Naruto just softens because this was the first time he's seen her smile that brightly. It did. Bachan nearly didn't regrow my eyebrows after they burnt off, Tebeo. But I figured out a way to stop it from doing that eventually. I linked an anchoring component to the center of the seal, so the spatial component tethers itself once something is put into the seal. She nods at that, and looks back down at the gloves, running her finger over it. Is it supposed to take in chakra? Because I can't think of anything else being unstable enough to need such an extreme range of values for the spatial component. It takes in chakra, stores it, and turns it into shockwaves to push people away. I know you don't want to hurt people even when you fight, so I made you these. Now you can push people and get 'em confused long enough to tag 'em with your own seals. Hinata hugs him, sniffling. Thank you, Naruto-kun. This is the best gift I've ever been given. He honestly doesn't know what's going on at her home, but he knows it's bad. He swears he's gonna kick her dad's but one of these days. Tsunade crosses her arms and glowers down at the kid. Why do I gotta do all this, Bachan? Zuku's learning kick-ass ninja moves from you and Kashinai, but all you're making me do is read these boring books. She raises an unimpressed brow at him. You said you wanted to be Hokage. The Hokage needs to know this stuff. But it's so boring. Come on, Bachan, please don't make me read all this stuff. It's gonna take me years to do that. Years. She rolls her eyes at his dramatics, but she softens nonetheless. It is a lot of books, and it will be boring. She knows that she and Naruto both despise having to read about anything that doesn't interest them. Iriajutsu in her case, and Fuinjutsu in his. And she knows that if someone made her read all of that, she would be miserable, no matter the reason. So she gets where he's coming from. She does. But if the brat wants to take on the stupid, suicidal, moronic job of Hokage, he's going to need to know this. And Tsunade, as much as she hates to admit, knows how to play the political game, and so is qualified to teach him about it. She crumbles under his wide eyes. She's getting too soft these days. Fine. Tell you what. You get through half of those, and I'll teach you a jutsu. Yes. You're the best. She ruffles his hair and can't help but add, and if you finish reading all of them in a couple of months, I'll take you to meet an acquaintance of mine that can help you be Hokage. Naruto's star eyes make having to deal with the pretentious a-hole in the future worth it. Well, the rumors were accurate, sir. We have received a report confirming the existence of the Uzumaki child. And he does, indeed, have the adamantine chains. The man strokes his beard, thinking through the information. That's good. Inform our operative that he is to snatch the Uzumaki along with the Hyuga. Understood, sir. In the case of complications, which one should be made the priority, sir? The Uzumaki, no hesitation. We went to great efforts to have them under our control, and they have escaped us enough times. This time, we will not fail. What next? Aunt Mikoto smiles at him. Well, next you need to add the mushrooms and stir it and the garlic. Naruto gives her an enthusiastic nod and follows her instructions, enjoying being in her presence. When they finally get it done and sit down to eat the ramen, Naruto looks up at her hesitantly. She notices. Of course she does. Naruto swears that she can read minds or something because she always knows when something's up with him. What is it, little Tide? Thank you. Whatever for? She asks, frown on her face. Naruto waves his hand around to vaguely gesture to everything. Just talking to me, I guess. I never would have known so many stories about my mom if you didn't tell me. And you even taught me mom's favorite ramen recipe. I really appreciate Tebeo. She grins at him, all sharp and crooked, eyes filled with mirth. No need to thank me for it, but if you feel like making it up to me, just remember to give him hell. He tilts his head. Who? He asks, not because he is hesitant to do so, but because he is curious as to who his target is. Not that he really cares much. Naruto was always of the opinion that a healthy helping of chaos was good for one's soul. Aunt Mikoto shrugs. Don't know. Up to you. Naruto's grin finally matches hers. That he can do. Naruto fidgets, as Bachan smooths over his hair and kimono, before resting her hands on his shoulders. What do you say if someone asks who you are? Naruto rolls his eyes with a huff because he's 12, not stupid. She doesn't need to be so worried that he's gonna say something wrong. That I'm Tsunadeheim's ward and Kushinaheim's son. She nods sharply. But even if the country no longer exists, Kushina was the last princess of Yuzu no Kuni. And I'm the granddaughter of the Shodame Hokage and an Yuzu princess. As her son, and my ward, you will be treated with respect, and you are going to be acting like it. That means no swearing, no running off, and being as polite as you can. Understood? Naruto nods again. He knows this is important. He expected the gift he'd get for reading through all those books to be just as cool as the shadow clone jutsu she taught him for reading half the books, but instead, Bachan brought him to the fire capital to attend a party thrown by the daimyo. And even if he's a bit disappointed that it wasn't anything cooler, he's going to do his level best to make a good impression on everyone, 'cause Bachan says it's important to becoming Hokage, and those stupid books said the same thing about connections. As they make it into the palace, they're spotted by the daimyo, who smiled towards them. Tsunadeheim, your presence is a rather welcome surprise. And who might your young companion be? Bachan bows slightly. Daimyo-sama. It's an honor to be able to attend. This is my ward. Uzumaki Naruto, son of Yuzu no Haim Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto takes that as his cue and bows as well. It's an honor to meet you, Daimyo-sama. He intones, taking care to be as polite as possible. The daimyo smiles down at him. It is a pleasure you meet you as well, young man. Do you intend to follow in your mother's footsteps and become a shinobi? Naruto bows his head a bit in respect and says, I do, daimyo-sama. I hope to be able to be as good of a shinobi as she was. Bachan reaches over and ruffles his hair. He's ambitious, this one. He aims to be Hokage, and I'm not going to try and bet against him. The will of fire burns bright in him. Then I wish you luck and look forward to progress, Uzumaki Hiko. After a few more polite words were exchanged between the daimyo and Bachan, they left to talk with the other guests. Naruto deflates, letting out a large breath. That was tiring, Bachan. How many more times do I gotta do that? Tsunade discreetly steps on his foot. Quiet, Brett. And you should be glad that the daimyo had such a good impression of you. The only person above the Hokage is the daimyo, and the daimyo is the one who appoints the Hokage. So, Naruto sighs, understanding that she wants him to complete the sentence. Stupid old lady and her stupid tests, he grumbles. He'll remember me as a potential Hokage candidate next time it is necessary to appoint a Hokage. Kakashi takes a deep breath, looks over the anatomy texts he's spent the last few months studying, and closes his eyes. Whenever Kakashi had a problem in his life, He's always managed to just create a jutsu to fix it. So when he came across the problem of his reaction times and combat effectiveness decreasing in the past few years, ever since Tsunade-sama removed the Sharingan, he decided to just fix it. Because even though he invented the Shurden, he wants the option to use Chidori and Raikiri in a fight. Hence the months spent studying human anatomy, the brain, and the nervous system. He takes a deep breath and clears his mind, until all he could feel, all he could see, was the crackling storm that is his chakra. He presses down on it, waiting patiently until it turns from the wild crackling of a storm to the eager, waiting fangs he's used to wielding. His chakra, docile, eager to hunt, awakens at his command with perfect precision that he spent a lifetime training and moves. Letting out the breath he was holding, he prepares to go through with the riskier aspect of his new theoretical jutsu and proceeds to move his bottled lightning chakra through his spinal cord and optical lobe, being careful to match his lightning with the electrical impulses used by the nervous system. He opens his eyes, lightning coursing through it. His eyes dart around, taking in his surroundings with a speed and clarity he hasn't had since he was seeing through a Beidou's eye. Well then, he might no longer be Sharingan no Kakashi, no longer able to copy jutsu. But he's never needed to either. Cause he's good enough that he can use most jutsu first go. And he might not be able to weave genjutsu as easily as he once could, but he has the reaction speed needed to use Chidori and Raikiri without worrying about tunnel vision again. Getting up, he heads towards the Hokage Tower. Hopefully, he'll be able to get a couple dozen S-rank missions. And even if he doesn't, he can always go pick a fight with Guy. He's itching to test the mettle of his new, fledgling Dijitsu. Tsunade hits her fist into her palm. Alright Brett, you focused on Bojutsu so far. It's time for you to get started on Taijutsu. Naruto grins wide and mimics her. Hell yeah. Am I gonna learn that super strength thing you've been teaching Zuko and Sakura-chan? Tsunade snorts at that. Not a chance. My taijutsu style utilizes releasing precise bursts of chakra at the exact moment of impact, both strengthening my hits and having the chakra spread through my target, damaging it. You don't have the chakra control needed to pull it off even if I did teach you. I'm going to teach you the Uzumaki taijutsu style. Wait, the Uzumaki clan had its own taijutsu style? Every clan has its own taijutsu style. And while I'm not an expert in the Uzumaki style, Grandmother made sure I was proficient enough in the basics to use it if I needed to. Tsunade put her arm out so he could see it. The basic forms of the Uzumaki style revolved around pumping your chakra into your bloodstream, increasing blood flow and providing your body with more oxygen and nutrients. Tsunade's arm starts to steam slightly, and she throws a punch at the ground. Rather than shattering the ground as her punches normally do, this time, her arm goes through the ground, with no cracks whatsoever. And Uzumaki's blood is chakra conductive, letting them pull this off without an issue, where it would put others in the hospital. So don't go trying to teach it to your friends, alright? She waits for the brat's nod before she continues her lecture. The more advanced forms revolve around channeling chakra into your bones, then your muscles, then your skin. While doing his daily youthful exercise routine, Guy comes across a green-haired young man doing push-ups while running. What a beautiful display of the passions of youth. Tell me, my young friend, what are you training for? The youthful young man pauses his training and looks up at him. I want to be stronger. I need to be stronger. I made a promise to a friend that I'd save him, and how can I hope to save him if I'm not strong? I'm going to be as strong as one of the Sannin by the time I become a genin. I swear it. Guy started crying midway through the young man's speech. What a wonderful display of the passions of youth. Wiping his tears with his arm, he looks at the young man and rests his hand on his shoulder. Fret not, my youthful friend, shall make sure you end up stronger than all 3 Sannin put together. And if I cannot, I shall run to Suna and back on my fingers. And if I cannot do that, I shall 10,000 push-ups with my tongue. And if I cannot do that... Naruto stares in front of him. 500 other Narutos stare back at him. With a solemn nod, he raises his bow staff. Listen up, everyone. We have an opportunity. An opportunity to do what's good. To do what's right. And we have a responsibility to ourselves to do it. Come hell or high water, come death or torture. We will not break. We will persevere. And we will accomplish our task. Now who's with me? He is met with resounding roars from his audience. That's what I'm talking about. Now let's master the Bojutsu so that we can finally start learning Kenjutsu. Absorbed as he is, he fails to notice one Tsunade Senju's horror at the monster that she's created. Soga Chuchi sighs the moment he enters his assigned quarters. The council has sent him into this blasted village to kidnap the Hyuga and the Uzumaki, and it's been a pain identifying his targets without letting on that that's what he was doing. The Hyuga was annoyingly reclusive, and the Uzumaki didn't have his clan's characteristic red hair. But in the end, not only was he not only able to find his targets, but he was also lucky enough to find out that their schedules intersect in the evening. He'll just have to nab the brats tonight when they leave the library. Kurama has lived a long time. And during that time, there were only a few that have ever claimed to have cared for him. To call him family. Their father, Hagoromo. The being that created. That loved him. Father, who died months after creating them. Shikae, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chome and Yuki. The other Bijou. His siblings. His siblings, whom he spent millennia alongside. His siblings, that are the only other being like him. His siblings that abandoned each other. His siblings that grew to hate each other. His oldest brother Indra, who would watch over them. Indra, who protected them when they were young. Indra, who turned his red gaze on anyone that sought them harm. Indra, who turned his red gaze on them. His older brother Azura, who would soothe their nightmares. Azura who played with. Azura, who raised them after their father's death. Azura, who discarded them like used weapons when they weren't able to help him win. Azura, who discarded them in favor of running after Indra. And now, millennia later, Uzumaki Naruto has claimed Kurama as a part of his family. Uzumaki Naruto, who makes sure to visit him frequently. Uzumaki Naruto, who calls him by his name. Uzumaki Naruto, who keeps treating Kurama like a little brother no matter how much he insults and threatens the human. And as hesitant and bitter he is towards him, as much as Kurama refuses to acknowledge the brat's claim, he is Kurama's. And these puffed-up pests with delusions of adequacy have dared to harm that which belongs to him. They have dared to take that which belonged to him. Worse, they have dared to take his family. And he is family, because Kurama, even with all his grudges and hate, never could hold it against those he hates. He never could hate Indra for betraying them, nor could he hate Azura for abandoning them. So Kurama lets go of the confused feelings he's had of late with ease, and wields the seething hatred he's become familiar with over the decades as a weapon, and floods his chakra through the kit. The child's eyes snap open, red-slitted eyes glaring at the inside of the sack he and the other human are in. Kurama swipes a claw, falling to the ground as a result. He doesn't take stock of his surroundings. He doesn't need to know if he is surrounded by trees or sand. All he needs to know is that the wretched things that took what's his are in front of him. Naruto comes to, being shaken awake, confused and disoriented, and looks at a crying Hinata. What happened? The last thing he remembered was those ninja attacking him and Hinata-chan when he was walking her home, because he has manners, thank you very much, and then nothing other than anger. Looking around, he feels sick. There are people, dead, in pieces, blood everywhere. Cautious, he looks down at himself, and sees nothing but red. For a moment, he thinks that maybe he's growing red fur like his fox brother. But then he realizes it's blood, and starts panicking because if all those ninja are dead and he's also hurt, does that mean Hinata-chan was hurt as well? He looks at her quickly, and finds that she too is covered in blood. Hinata-chan, are you all right? Are you hurt? She shakes her head. Okay, that's good. She's not hurt. What happened? Still crying, she sobs out an answer. They took us. And it was dark and scary in the bee-bag, and then why got all red, and they all. Sniffing, she wipes away her tears, only for more to fall down. I had my eyes closed, and when I opened them you were standing there, and they were all like that. Hiruzen analyses the events that happened, mind-worrying to categorize all the players and pieces. Kumo sent their head jonin as a diplomat to discuss the finer details of their peace treaty. The jonin in question kidnapped the Hyuga Hinata, the Hyuga heir, and Uzumaki Naruto, the secret Uzumaki heir, and the Jinchuruki, likely when the children were walking home from their daily trips to the library. He then went to rendezvous with other Cuman shinobi waiting outside Konoha, and started making their way back to Lightning Country. Naruto, in his panic, channeled the Kyuubi and used its power to slaughter the Kumo ninja. The Raikage then asked for the head of the perpetrator for the insult of his diplomat being murdered. It is unlikely that the shinobi were working on their own. People display signs if they were about to commit treason on this level, and there was no way Kumo wouldn't have noticed that. It is also unlikely that the Raikage ordered this. Strong as that man is, he is too stupid to pull off deception. Of this level, this is something he'd expect from the Tsuchikage, not the Raikage. So that only leaves the Kumo Council to be responsible, and that is extremely likely. They are the fools there that encouraged the previous Raikage when he sent men to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina decades ago. The question that remains is what to do. Hiruzen can't accuse the council. Not without proof. And any hope of getting that proof died at Naruto's hand. He also can't just give them Naruto's head. For one, he is Konoha's Jinchuruki. For another, he is technically the heir to the Uzumaki clan, given that no other Uzumaki were ever found. For he is the last of the royal Uzumaki line, the daimyos of Uzushio, no matter that the country is gone. But the biggest reason is that Tsunade already introduced the child to the daimyo as Kushina's child, and the daimyo wouldn't stand for a cousin of his, no matter how distant, to be handed over like that. So he cannot give Kumo Naruto. Nor can he give them the Hyuga heir, because sending a child clan heir that is publicly known and acknowledged will lead to every single clan revolting. The only choice Hiruzen has other than to refuse Kumo and incite war, would be to offer his own head, which would be stupid. Getting himself killed in such a manner would give Danzo the perfect opening to become Hokage, and he refuses to give that chance to the old Warhawk. There isn't a way to avoid war with Kumo. So Hiruzen will just have to ensure Konoha survives the war. Konoha no longer has the yellow flash to scare away their foes, but worse is that they no longer have the Red Death either. Iwa may quake in the boots when they so much as hear Minato's name, but Kushina ensured that the village that dared to try and kidnap her as a child had nightmares. Konoha's Jinchuruki is still a child, and as such cannot be used in the fight. The Densetsu no Sannin aren't whole, with Orochimaru the White Snake having defected and become a traitor worse than Uchiha Madara. The White Fang, another shinobi whose presence deterred their foes, is also dead. Hiruzen himself isn't in fighting shape, nor are his teammates. And yet, Konoha remains strong. His students, Jiraiya and Tsunade, are still with the village. Hatake Kakashi is stronger than he ever was, and Madogai is enthusiastic to keep up with and surpass his rival. Yuzuki Yugao and Gekko Hayate are kenjutsu masters, the likes that haven't been seen since the fall of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui are both gifted, talented shinobi who are well on their way to becoming S-rank. Konoha may no longer have those that once protected her, but new leaves bloom where they once were. Hiruzen need not worry for Konoha, for the will of fire burns bright in her shinobi. Hiruzen stares at his students, feeling older than he is. He had hoped that he would never have to face war again. He had hoped that he'd never have to subject his students to war again. Here he is, asking just that of them. Well, sensei? We're here. What did you need? Tsunade asked. And he's going to have to break it to her that there is war on the horizon once more. He's going to need to tell his student, his beloved student who followed him into war, only to lose every family she's ever had, that they will need to head to war once more. For that alone, a small, bitter part of him is eager to remind Kumo why he's called the god of shinobi. But first things first, he needs to dismiss the ANBU. As trustworthy as they are, there is no point in voluntarily setting up potential information leaks during such a time. Turning to Jiraiya, Hiruzen speaks. Jiraiya, can you check that we are alone? Growing serious, Jiraiya closes his eyes, taking in just enough nature chakra that he can extend his senses far enough. Like every other time Hiruzen has seen his student use senjutsu, Hiruzen wants to question and observe the effects nature chakra had on one's body and surroundings, but it was never the time. Though considering that Jiraiya only ever uses senjutsu when things are serious, he supposes it never would be the time to observe it. We're all clear, sensei. Now what's wrong? As you know, yesterday evening, the Kumo diplomat abducted Hyuga Hinata, the Hyuga heiress, and Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto then killed their kidnappers, and the two kids were near catatonic when they were found. We know. We were debriefed right after the incident because Naruto is one of mine. Hiruzen nods. She was right after all. But Kumo's response to the incident was left out of the debrief. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen steels himself. Kumo has demanded the head of the perpetrator. They know that Naruto was responsible for the death of their shinobi, and they threatened us with war if we don't comply with their demands. Tsunade's hair starts flickering red, but the thing that scares Hiruzen is that she looks completely calm. Kumo's getting bold now that Kushina's dead. Jiraiya nods, unperturbed by his teammate's mood. He's used to it by now, after all the time they spent together. I doubt that's the case. Fear or not, asking for the head of our Jinchuruki, not to mention clan heir, is too bold. Someone is pulling the strings here, and I don't like that. I don't know who. Hiruzen frowned. That did not sound good. Anyone capable of manipulating events to that degree is dangerous. You might be onto something there, Jiraiya. Kumo shouldn't have found out who killed their shinobi. We should have been able to pin this on a willing shinobi and ended this conflict before it reached war, but them asking for Naruto specifically prevented that. Not like it matters right now, Tsunade says with a scoff. We need to discuss the logistics of the upcoming war. Hiruzen nods. That is what I called you here for. Tsunade, I would like for you to not leave the village. Incentivize Kumo to keep away, as it were. I'm going to assign the rest of our S-rank shinobi to guard duty as well. Jiraiya, reach out to your spy network. I want to know every move Kumo makes. His students nod. I'll get in touch with my spy network, sensei, but you'll be pleased to note that I already have some information regarding Kumo, Jiraiya says, a gleam in his eye. Hiruzen smirks. A motivated Jiraiya is in the same vein as a motivated Nara. He does not envy whatever rumors Jiraiya spreads about Kumo. Kumo currently has 3 S-ranks, including the Raikage, and 1 borderline S-rank. Other than the Raikage, there are the Jinchuruki of the Hachibi and Nibi. Unfortunately for us, the Hachibi Jinchuruki is a perfect Jinchuruki. Fortunately for us, the Nibi Jinchuruki is not. Darui, the Raikage's right-hand man, is their strongest shinobi outside of their Kage and Jinchuruki, and he is high A rank, low S rank. Hiruzen takes a puff of his pipe. So trying to invade us with their best would leave them open to invasion, and bringing anything other than their best to fight us is suicidal. What of their numbers? Are we aware of that? Since they outnumber us 3-1, but our shinobi are stronger. It is unlikely that they will make a move immediately. Don't be hasty, Jiraiya. It could cost us lives. It wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Tsunade bit out. Breathing out a cloud of smoke, he inclines his head in acknowledgement of their advice. At least the odds seem to be in their favor. I was already planning on acting cautious, Tsunade, no need to berate Jiraiya. All ANBU not on the active mission roster will be assigned to guard the border with Kaminari no Kuni. And that would short-staff us. Our Jonin would need to do missions on the double to pick up the slack, Tsunade retorts. Shaking his head, Jiraiya counters her. Not if we set aside a few shinobi exclusively to pick up the slack. Oh. Hiruzen asks, curious as to who Jiraiya thinks is capable enough for that. You mentioned that you were going to have our S-rank stationed within the village as guards. While a good idea short-term, it wouldn't work for more than a couple of months. They would get rusty and complacent. No one can stay on guard and in shape that long without any activity. Hiruzen leans back in his chair, taking another puff of his pipe. That could work. Sending the S-ranks to cover the excess missions, with village guard duty to relax and recover. Yes, that might work. Turning his sharp gaze back onto Jiraiya, Hiruzen asks, and how long do you think we have before Kumo is ready or willing to attack? An year, maybe a year and a half at best. I can run interference, sabotage the supply chains, feed them false information, spread harmful rumors. I could maybe buy us an extra year or two, but after that, they'll come chomping for our heads, more set off than they are now. An angrier opponent is worth the risk if it will give them time to strengthen themselves. Whatever leads to the least number of deaths for his village. Speaking of, Tsunade, no, you won't like what I'm about to say, but I think you should enroll your kids in the academy. What? They are children, UOL dash. Shut up and listen, Tsunade. Naruto is a target, and not just because of his heritage, which you so carelessly revealed. He is the spark that pushed Kumo over the edge and to war. The sooner the child becomes a shinobi, the sooner he will be able to protect himself. Swallow your insecurities and do what is best for the child. Tsunade swallows audibly, head bent down. Of course, Sensei. I apologize for speaking out of turn. I will consider your advice. Jiraiya tentatively clears his throat. Sensei? There's something I need to brief you on. What is it, Jiraiya? Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya soldiers on. I have evidence suggesting that Orochimaru wasn't acting of his own accord. I am requesting permission to track him down, and when I find him, take Tsunade with me to figure out what's wrong and fix it. Hiruzen stares at him sharply. He considers pressing Jiraiya for more details but decides not to. If someone was responsible for Orochimaru's actions, no matter to what degree, it would have to be someone from within Konoha. There's no one else Orochimaru would have trusted enough. And if that's the case, the less he knows, the better. At least until they have solid proof conveying the perpetrator's guilt. Hiruzen doesn't even consider if perhaps Jiraiya was speaking from emotion rather than logic. Jiraiya wouldn't have brought this to his attention if he wasn't completely sure. He knows how his student operates. The moment any evidence pertaining to this made itself known, Jiraiya would have gone off in search of a second piece of evidence wholly unrelated to the first. That meant that Jiraiya confirmed it. Someone pushed, manipulated, or controlled his student into becoming the worst traitor in the village's history, and whoever that was, they would pay. Naruto shimmied forward, pressing his ear to the floor. He absolutely loved the ANBU HQ vents. The only security the building has is the fact that no one's sure if the ANBU HQ even exists. Once Naruto found the building, sneaking in was a piece of cake. And besides the fact that getting one over Konoha's elite is hilarious, Naruto loves lounging around in the vents because the ANBU gossip is the best. With his enhanced hearing, listening in is super easy, and he ends up learning the coolest stuff too. Like how that one time that ANBU were gossiping about how Hokage Gigi once got so drunk that he tried to declare war on birds. Or that time an NB was very colorfully ranting about how he wanted to shove a rusty kunai up that one-eyed beach's butt. Or even that extremely disturbing time that a bunch of NBU got drunk and played marry, kill about the council members, and Naruto learned a lot of information that he would rather not have. He does not know why one of these weirdos would want someone called Sum to step on her, and he doesn't want to find out. Though on the flip side, he did also learn a lot about which council members were assholes, and all the reasons why. So that'd probably be useful one day when he's Hokage. It's not like these gossip sessions aren't useful now, considering he can just use anything embarrassing he learns about the ANBU, he can just use to blackmail them into letting him go when he's caught for a prank. It's like Ero Sennin says, knowledge is power and all that rot. And that statement was proven once again, as Naruto overhears the most interesting information. Are you sure, senpai? A feminine voice sighs, before replying. Yes. All ANBU not on the active mission roster are going to be assigned to border patrol. The first voice groans. Why? I got into ANBU to escape those stupid missions. He hears a faint whack, probably someone being hit, and the second voice speaks again. Think, you moron. If Hokage-sama is assigning all available ANBU to border patrol, it must mean that Konoha is gearing up for an invasion. He hears a third voice let out a groan, and it sounds familiar to Naruto. What a drag. Do you know which country is being so troublesome? Oh, that's it. This guy reminds Naruto of Shikamaru. Must be someone from his clan then. The Nara clan, if he remembers right. Yeah. The Nara clan with their shadow thingy and the deer. Kaminari no Kuni. The first voice replies. Troublesome. The Narcissus. You reckon it's because Kumo tried to nab those clan kids, whoever they were? Someone barks out a sharp laugh, and a fourth voice speaks out. Proly. Don't know why we're bothering to guard the border though. It's not like Kumo'd have the ball to attack Konoha. Not while Tsunade-sama is here. Naruto slowly starts crawling back. He knows better than to risk staying for too long, especially when the ANBU he was spying on were wired up. Besides, he has a lot to think about anyway, and he should probably tell the rest about what he heard. Izuku looks around and notices that most of his friends have gathered in Naruto's room. Katsuki is scowling at everyone from where he sat in a chair, Izuku is sitting on the bed, Sakura is perched on the wall because she's practicing her chakra control, and Izuku is half tempted to join her, and Sasuke is leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed. And all of them are watching as Naruto paces around the room. What's the deal with you, idiot? You haven't been this worked up since you found out that your parents' identities were a secret. On a second look, Izuku finds that Sasuke is right. It took finding out who his mother was, and Izuku was still curious as to who Naruto's father was, and why he was redacted on even Kushina-san's official documents to calm him down. He exchanges a look with the others. Whatever this was, it was serious. Running a hand through his hair, Naruto turns to them. Okay, so you know how Hinata-chan and I spend the evening in the library studying. Fuinjutsu. Katsuki, it seems, has run out of patience because he explodes. For FS sake, Whiskers, out with it already. Straightening his shoulders, Naruto looks straight at them. Alright. Hinata-chan and I were kidnapped as we were leaving. I'm not sure how, but when I came to, they were all dead, and I was covered in blood. Well, whatever Izuku was expecting, that sure as hell wasn't it. Who was it? Everyone turns to look at Sasuke, his Sharingan spinning wildly. I said, who was it? Kumo, apparently, Naruto says with a shrug. I overheard that Konoha is increasing border patrol cause we think Kumo might try to attack us. Izuku winces. 3, 2, 1. What the F dash? There it is. He knew that would PSS off Katsuki. He never did like, in his words, pompous dickbags with an ego as large as the stick up their butt. Why the F would they attack us? Aren't they the bitch-ass losers that got their butt handed to them after trying to kidnap a couple of FING kids? That could be why they're attacking, Kakin, Izuku replies. That the fact that it happened was an insult to them. Oh, Izuku, are you trying to tell me their egos are so FING fragile that they declare war? What next? Their head assholes declaring war because someone said he was bad in bed. Katsuki positively sneers while talking. Blushing, Izuku covers his face, while a blushing Sakura bashes Katsuki's head into the floor. Moron, don't be so crass. Sasuke interrupts them. We're off topic. What happened? Happened. We can't change it. What's the plan, Naruto? Looking at all of them seriously, Naruto proposes his plan. We should convince the adults to enroll us into the academy as soon as possible. If our village is going to be attacked, I want to help as soon as I can, and I know the rest of you would feel the same way. What about Hinata-san? Izuku asks because she was one of the 2 people involved in this mess. I don't know much, but her dad's a grade A-hole. I doubt he'd let her join, and I don't want to make her sad. So, he looks around at them and trails off. How do we convince them? My parents won't care. If they ever end up noticing, that is. Sakura spat out. Sasuke winces. Do you need us to prank them? Because the idiot and I could probably make their life hell. More so if Izuku joins in. Sakura shakes her head and dramatically falls down on the bed. Nah, not worth it. I'll tell you if that changes though. HN. Well, my mother will be alright with it once she hears of my reasons. She always has encouraged Itachi and I to bend the rules when it concerns the safety or happiness of a loved one. They stare at each other, all coming to the conclusion that the only person who would need convincing is Tsunade-san, and convincing her of anything was like pulling teeth. Suddenly, Naruto's head snaps up, a beaming smile on his face. Guys, I have the perfect plan. It's gonna be so easy to Bayo. Tsunade glances cautiously at the assembled brats, all dressed formally, even Naruto. The brat was wearing the sea blue kimono she had made for him when they attended the daimyo's party. It was a beautiful shade of blue, with white highlights akin to that of sea foam. But no matter its beauty, Naruto hates the material it's made of and threatened to set the clothes, himself, and her on fire if she made him wear it again. So seeing him wear it set off every one of her alarm bells, especially considering they called her here to discuss something important. Alright, what does the Council of Chibis want from me? She ignores Katsuki's shout of "We're not Chibis, you old hag," in favor of paying attention to Naruto, because he just bowed to her. Just low enough that it would convey respect, and yet high enough to not imply subservience. At least she knows that he was paying attention during those lessons, she thinks. Tsunade-sama, I would like to formally request that I, along with my fellow wards, be allowed to enroll in Konoha's prestigious ninja academy. Ah, so that's what he wanted. Absolutely not. Bowing again, Naruto speaks, his voice polite and melodic. I apologize for my impertinence, Tsunade-sama, but might you be kind enough to hear our plea before you pass your judgment? Sighing, she pinches the bridge of her nose. Just get on with it. You have my gratitude, he says, inclining his head as he does so. We have heard of conflict on the horizon and would like to be prepared for it. Taking a deep breath, she remembers what her sensei told her. If he has the right reasons for asking, then she will allow them to go. Otherwise, they can wait until they are 18 like everyone else. Naruto's facade cracks at that. You're a shinobi, Bachan. What if something happened to you? If we were shinobi, we could do our best to protect you and each other. I don't want to lose anyone. Tsunade melts a bit at that and smiles. Walking over and ruffling his hair, she decides to give him some advice. Fine, I'll let you attend early. Though if you want my advice, you should have spoken as you normally do from the start. What? Why'd you have me learn all this stuff if I didn't have to use it, Tibeo? Because there are times when you need to be formal and polite. Now wasn't one of them. Here's some advice my grandfather told me when I was a child. If you want to reach out to someone's heart, then you must speak from the heart. And you have one of the biggest hearts I know. Hiruzen looks at the shinobi gathered in front of him. Hatake Kakashi, Mado Gai, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Yuzuki Yugao and Gekko Heiate. We are expecting Kumo to invade us. You will all cycle between staying in the village to guard it and leaving to complete our excess missions. Any of you that are currently in ANBU are transferred to the Jonin Corps, effective immediately. Hi, Hokage-sama. Izuku was nervous all morning. He and his friends were put in different classes in the academy. Why didn't they think of this? What if he can't see them again? What if all his classmates are horrible and mean? Oh God, everyone's going to be older than him too. Izuku takes a deep breath. In for 7 seconds, hold for 5 seconds, and out for 7 seconds. He's fine. He can still meet up with his friends during lunch and after school. His classmates won't bully him for being quirkless because he's pretty sure quirks aren't a thing here. And it won't matter if they're older than him, he's still strong. Tsunade-san wouldn't have let them come otherwise. And who knows, he might even make more friends. With that optimistic thought, he walks into his classroom and takes a seat, looking at who he's sharing a bench with. A green-haired girl his age with pretty, orange eyes is beaming at him. Hey, I'm Aburame Fu, nice to meet. Hi, Aburame-san. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you as well. Her eyes and smile widen at that. Hey, Izuku-kun. What's your favorite number? It's 9. He stammers out, blushing as he does. He thought he got over his stutter, that was so embarrassing. And now she's not going to want to be friends with him, 'cause he's lame. Cool. Mine's 7. Lucky number 7. Naruto tries to pay attention to what the teacher is saying, but he just can't. This is the Ninja Academy. Why the hell was it so boring? He already knows this stuff 'cause Bachan made him read about it. And now he's just stuck having to listen to some weirdo go on and on about it, and worst of all, that JRK of a teacher keeps glaring at him. Well fine. If he won't learn anything by listening to those J-arcs, he might as well do something else. There has been a new seal he's been struggling with, anyway. Swapping out his textbook for the notebook he uses to try and put together seals, he looks at his newest roadblock. He wants to make a seal that can keep taking a little bit of chakra, store it, and then give it back when needed. He already has a chakra storage seal written and ready from when he made Hinata-chan those shockwave gloves. But that seal function is based on how much chakra you put into it. So if he wants it to absorb small amounts of chakra, he's going to need to somehow invert the sequence without destabilizing the whole seal. Perhaps if he links the seal directly to the chakra network? But no, that wouldn't work. It'll take all the chakra available, killing the person using it. Stabilizing seals on their own can only do so much. But what if he attaches resistor and limiter components to the input sequence? That could work. He should probably test it out once he goes home. But the thing that stumps him no matter how much he thinks about it, is how the seal will know when to give the chakra back. He wants it to work so that when the person is running low on chakra, the seal will notice and give back the chakra it collected. And it needs to do that slowly as well, 'cause too much chakra at once in it might hurt them. Hours of thinking later, he decides to give up on it for now. He'll come back to this when he knows more about Fuinjutsu. Maybe he'll be able to figure it out then. But it's annoying that he can't finish this seal. Sakura's birthday was coming up soon, and this would have been the perfect gift. She has low chakra reserves, so a seal that can act as a chakra battery would have been useful for her. Though maybe if he asks for Bachan's help, he can finish it before her birthday. And then he can even give the seals to the rest of his friends, 'cause they don't have as much chakra as he does, and they could need it. But if he's giving this to everyone, he can't give it to Sakura as a birthday gift. Damn it, now he's going to have to figure out something else. AI was furious. The plan to start a Hyuga and Uzumaki clan in Kumo was a failure because the idiots that were sent got killed. And Konoha refused to try and appease them, so his head Jonin died for nothing. And because of that, they are forced to go to war with Konoha, because if Kumo lets a slight like this go, they'll be labeled as weak. And trying to attack Konoha in the state Kumo is in after the last few wars is suicidal. The AI throws his table through the window. Demon those tree-hugging bastards. And Demon the council. Never should have let those fossils convince me to go through with this. And as if the headache with Konoha wasn't enough, rumors are going around the elemental nations. Everything ranging from Petflia being a requirement to be a Kumo shinobi, to AI himself having a sordid affair with the Tsuchikage. It's driving their customers away. And to make matters worse, there's a bandit infestation targeting their food and weapon stocks. He sent out his men to check the situation, thinking that maybe Konoha was making a move, but they've been unable to find a trace of shinobi interference. Every single bandit in the country is seemingly working together to screw over Kumo. It's like the bandits have effing unionized. Sasuke shows off his find with a grin. Sakura and Izuku both gasp, bouncing in excitement. Sasuke! Sakura exclaims. Are those chakra paper? Please tell me that's chakra paper. He nods and passes them around to his friends. HN. I managed to pilfer them from my mother's armory. What are they, Tebeo? Naruto looks at the slip of paper in his hand. If you channel chakra into them, they'll react according to your chakra affinity. They're made from trees that were fed chakra daily since they were saplings. I do wonder though, what would happen if you fed the sapling elemental chakra? Katsuki blows his paper up. Like I give a shit about affinities. He snarls. I don't need a shitty paper to tell me that I can blow things up. The rest of you can F around with them. I'm going to go train. Sakura looks back and forth between Katsuki's back and the rest of them. Should we do something? Shaking his head in response, Izuku turns his attention back to the paper in his hand and stares at it. A moment later it burst into fire, startling a yelp out of all of them, including himself, even if Sasuke will never admit it. Gathering himself, Sasuke turns his attention to his paper and channels chakra into it. The paper crumples before being set on fire. Naruto's attempt leaves his paper cut into tiny, soggy pieces. Sakura turns her slip to dust. Stunned, she turns to Izuku. Did that just show every affinity between us? Hell yeah we did. We'll be even more kick-ass when we work together now, Tebeo. Izuku sits under a tree, staring up at the night sky. He's always loved the stars. They always seemed so ethereal to him. Something permanent and unchanging. And yet, here he is, looking up at the beautiful night sky, the stars as ethereal as ever, but different. He shifts when he feels Fu sit next to him. He's gotten rather close to her over the last few months. Hey Fu. Hi Izuku. You alright? He hums. More or less. Just miss home is all. She leans her head onto his shoulder. Oh. On days that I was bullied or was just having a bad day, my mom took me up to the roof, and we just look at the stars. We had a game where we found shapes from the stars and made up stories about them. Oh, that sounds fun. Let me try. Pointing at the sky, she exclaims, those ones. See, if you start with that as the top, and then it goes down like this, it looks like a beetle. Izuku snorts at that. Everything looks like a beetle to you. They lapse into a comfortable silence, just enjoying each other's presence. Hey Fu. Yeah. If you want to talk about your home, I'm willing to listen. I know you miss it. Sighing, she pushes herself off him. I miss Shibuya-ni, but I don't miss Taki. People didn't really like me there. The Aburame compound is more of a home than Taki ever was. He bumps his shoulder into hers. My mom used to tell me that it's the people that make a home, not the place. If you ever want to talk about your Shibuya-ni, I'm here for you. Wiping away the sweat from his forehead, Naruto gets back to his training. Just because he's not used to using up his chakra faster than it can refill doesn't mean he can just relax until he's better. Like hell is he going to be outdone by his clones. If they can keep going, keep working on mastering nature transformation, then so can he. Even if water isn't his primary affinity, it was his mother's, and so he's going to master it as well. He swears it. Mikoto clutches her arm, trying to staunch the bleeding. Jumping away to dodge another blast of fire, she curses. Throwing explosive tags towards her opponent, she ducks behind a boulder and heats a kunai with Katan chakra, pressing it to her wound to cauterize it. This was supposed to be a simple retrieval mission of a high-priority target, but instead, it ended up with her facing down the Nibi Jinchuruki. Just her luck that someone with better mastery over fire is sent to assassinate her target. Her normal fire won't cut against the Nibi's flames, she knows from experience. She closes her eyes. This is going to hurt, especially since she hasn't had to do this since she fought beside Kushina. She leaps away from the boulder right as it explodes. Did you think that was enough to take me down? When she opened her eyes, her Mangekyo Sharingan stared down Niyujito. Of course not. I'd be disappointed if it did. But this might... Amaterasu. Black flames envelop her target. She knows this won't kill her foe. Injure her, for sure. But not kill. The Nibi's flames will eventually eat through hers. And that's fine, for Mikoto does not need her foe dead, just too injured and distracted to where they're going. With a howl of rage, Yujito starts chasing her, leaving behind blue wisps of flame. As they reach a clearing in the borders of Kiri, Mikoto slides to a stop. Got you. She taunts with a grin, pushing as much chakra into her right Mangekyo as she can. Hachimen. Spectral figures claw their way out of the ground, eager to follow the command of their general. Soldiers! Mikoto exclaims. Neutralize our foe. Yujito hunches over, surrounded by blue fire, forming two tails and claws. She lunges at the specters ineffectually. What are these clones? Why won't they die? Mikoto laughs aloud. You might be used to rushing through your opponents, but Jinchuruki or not, everyone has a weakness. You just discovered yours. Kurama has thought this over. He's gotten attached to the brat. For whatever reason, Kurama begrudgingly considers him family. Kurama resolutely ignores the fact that Naruto's chakra soothes him. Reminds him of the times his older brother sang him to sleep in his gardens. And if that's the case, Kurama can try to be polite. He was raised better than to snarl and threaten family. The only issue is how to keep the child alive. Unlike his older brothers, humans nowadays are frighteningly squishy. So Kurama will need to keep him alive long enough for him to learn to protect himself. The question was, how? Pumping his chakra through the brat's body like he did last time isn't a good idea. He needs a few more years before his body can stand the full brunt of his young half. And there is only one other way he knows of that will let him protect the child. Hey there, cutie. Kurama. Huh. My name is Kurama. If you claim to be my family, you can at the very least do me the courtesy of calling me by my name. Naruto beams up at him. Hi there, Kurama. It's nice to properly meet you. I'm Naruto. Kurama smothers a chuckle with a sigh. Sit down. I have something to talk to you about. When the human complies, Kurama lies down to be more at his eye level. What do you know about summons? Not much really. I know that Kashin II has dog summons, and I know that Zuko promised a bunch of snakes that he'd save them. Oh, and the hand signs. But that's about it. Kurama sighs. Guess he'll have to explain in more detail than he'd like. There are two different types of summoning contracts. There are individual summoning contracts, where you bind yourself to specific summons. Then there are clan summoning contracts, where you bind yourself to the entire summons clan, and can call on any of them. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave are a summons clan, while dogs are generally individual summons. Oh, that's so cool, Tebeo. I hope I get a summons someday. I asked Bachan if I could get her summoning contract, but she just said no. Kurama looks at the pouting child and withholds another sigh. He has a feeling he's going to be doing that a lot from now. Why would you even want to sign the slug contract? Katsuya works well with medics, not to mention she's stuck up, weak, and pathetic. You should be honored to have the opportunity to sign a much better contract. Which one? Naruto asks eagerly. Why, my individual summoning contract, of course. As soon as Kurama figures out how to do that in the first place. Not like he'll tell the human that, of course. Kurama might be making an effort to be polite, but he does still have a reputation to maintain. Thank you very much. Shursui curses his bad luck. He's down an eye and heavily injured. Mikoto-sama, Kakashi-senpai, Gai-san, and Gekko-san are all away on missions, and Yugao-senpai is on bed rest from her last missions. He, Itachi, and Tsunade-sama were to guard the village, but Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama left on a classified joint mission at the last minute. Shursui is barely able to fight, so defending against the attack is left to Itachi and Hokage-sama if he makes it in time. This had to have been planned. There's no other way an attack happened at the precise time frame the village was least defended. The good news is that it's unlikely for Danzo to interfere any further and risk getting caught. So, all they'll have to deal with are the disguised Root and the S-rank masked ninja. Maybe with a bit of backup from the rest of the Uchiha clan, they can come out on top. Jumping off the roof and over the wall of the Uchiha compound, heading straight to where he can feel Itachi's chakra. Itachi! Situation report. Stabbing his opponent through the head, Itachi whirls around to him. Shursui. Root has disguised as Kumo Shinobi. It seems Danzo is ensuring that the war with Kumo can't be circumvented. Running through hand signs, Shursui breathes fire over Itachi's shoulder, taking out an enemy ninja that was about to stab his cousin in the back, brightening up the street. Hopefully, someone will see the light from the fire show up to provide backup. Of course he is. I'm not at my best, but I can still help. Where am I needed? Shursui might be older and more experienced than his cousin, but Itachi was the one dealing with this situation from the start. He knows more about the players and their positions in the fight. Our clansmen are guarding the kids at the main house. Back them up. They're fighting Midoriya, and they won't last long. You sure you don't need help? Itachi briefly turns to flash him a smirk, his Sharingan bleeding into his Mangekyo Sharingan. I think I'll manage. Susanoo. With a shake of his, Shursui starts making his way towards the main house, leaving behind an ethereal, building-sized, red, humanoid creature to deal with Root. Itachi can take care of Root. Shursui needs to focus on the lunatic who is, unfortunately, powerful enough to back up his delusions of being a dead man. The powerful, delusional lunatic that has just finished killing the last shinobi guarding the entrance to the house. He throws a kunai at his opponent, not in the hopes that it would work, but to see how he would avoid it. Shursui nearly groans out loud when he sees his opponent's eye shift to Mangekyo, and the kunai going straight through lunatic as if he isn't even there. Great. He needs to fight against a Mangekyo with unknown abilities. Just great. His eye throbs in pain as it shifts to his Mangekyo Sharingan. He's going to need it if he wants to so much as stall in this fight. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Are you working for Danzo? Any time he can buy is time that allies can use to arrive. I'm Uchiha Madara. Shursui snarls. Cut the crap. Madara's Mangekyo is documented in the clan record, and that is not it. He hears him growl. But if he's angry at Shursui, he won't go after the children. As a shinobi of Konoha, the safety of their children takes precedence over his own. You may call me Toby. Not that the knowledge would do you any good. Toby knows that he should end the fight soon. All the lights and noises made by the fight, not to mention Itachi's FNG Susanoo he can see over the buildings, is going to attract attention. And while he picked a time that the other S-ranks were either away on missions or too injured to fight, and he fed the Sannin false information regarding their search to send them on a wild goose chase, there wasn't anything he could do about Sarutobi, and he's learned his lesson about trying to pick fights with a Hokage. At least Uchiha Shursui is too tired to maintain his Susanoo for more than short bursts. Through generous use of his Kamui, he was finally able to slip past Uchiha Shursui's defense and stab him through the chest. Rather than scream in pain, or do anything satisfying, he grins at Toby even as he's dying. You don't lose. Toby feels a chill run up his spine. Slowly, he turns around and suppresses a scream of terror. Staring at him from the shadows of the alleyway are 3 sets of glowing white eyes. The figure walks forward, every step slow and deliberate. Every step rang like a death knell. Every step causes Toby to step back. For he is face to face not with the Hokage as he assumed, but with someone far worse. You really thought I'd fall for false information, eh brat? Mikoto hissed, her arm flaring in pain as she wrapped it in a bandage. Putting away her first aid kit, she runs through the hand signs for the summoning jutsu. In a puff of white smoke, 2 crows appear. Mikoto-sama. How may we help you? Kurohane-san. Kuroshoku-san. She nods in greeting. Reaching into her pouch, she pulls out a couple of scrolls. I have 2 scrolls that need to be delivered to Hokage-sama. One of them is a sealing scroll holding my objective, and the other is a prisoner scroll holding the Jinchuruki of the Nibi. Please ensure that they reach their destination, Kuroshoku-san. With a nod, the crow in question flies over, clutches the scrolls in her claws, and dives into Mikoto's shadow. Pulling out 2 more scrolls, Mikoto hands them to the remaining crow. If you would be kind enough to serve as a decoy, Kurohane-san. Of course, Mikoto-sama. As she was about to make her way home, she sensed a ping of chakra large enough to belong to an adult Uzumaki, yet without the tinge of sea breeze inherent in Uzumaki. That is unfortunate. The only people capable of matching an Uzumaki in chakra capacity are Jinchuruki and Hashikage Kisame, the bijou without a tail. Neither are options she is capable of defeating in her current state, injured and tired as she is. With a sigh, Mikoto runs through the hand signs for the summoning jutsu once more. How may I serve, Mikoto-sama? The newly summoned crow asks. Kurakami-san. I have fought and bested the Jinchuruki of the Nibi. It is unlikely that Kumo sent her out on her lonesome, and considering I can sense a foe with Uzumaki-level chakra capacity, it is likely the Jinchuruki of the Hachibi. I will be unable to reach Konoha before I am caught. Please be on standby to retrieve my eyes in the event that I am defeated. Unsealing her Kusarigama, she channels Katon chakra through it, setting it ablaze. This battle may result in her defeat, but she will ensure that it won't be easy. Hiruzen is furious. Furious enough that he's breathing smoke, his chakra acting up and igniting itself in his lungs. The Uchiha clan, one of the founding clans of Konohagakure, was killed overnight. Thankfully, the children are fine, and Hiruzen assigned Tsunade and Jiraiya as their temporary guards, so they will be safe from all internal and external threats. It is the surviving adults that are the cause of his anger. Uchiha Shursui, Shunshin no Shursui, was fatally injured and is currently fighting for his life, not to mention missing an eye. Uchiha Itachi of the Red Moon, only suffered minor injuries. However, somehow, a rumor has already spread throughout the entirety of the village declaring Itachi as the culprit behind the massacre. The rumors being spread over the years of the Uchiha clan's part in the Kyuubi attack, the relocation of the Uchiha clan to the outskirts being ordered behind his back, Tsunade and Jiraiya being sent false information at the exact same time the non-Uchiha S-rank was in the hospital, no one spotting the obvious signs of fighting in the Uchiha compound, Hiruzen being inexplicably swamped by paperwork the night of the attack, the corpses of nameless Kumo ninja found with traces of Juinjutsu on their tongue, the rumors spreading of Itachi being responsible for this mess. It's all painting a picture, and Hiruzen does not like what he's seeing. Old as he was, Hiruzen is perfectly capable of seeing what's going on. Someone spread rumors of the Uchiha's involvement with the Kyuubi attack as a ploy to move them to the outskirts so that when they are finally killed, no one would be able to notice or arrive in time. This has Danzo's fingerprints all over it, and Hiruzen is furious that he can't just have the traitorous scumbag executed and be done with it. Unfortunately, his old teammate has the daimyo's favor. Hiruzen is going to need ample evidence to justify Danzo's execution if he doesn't want to incur the daimyo's wrath, and Danzo is nothing if not good at erasing evidence. He's distracted from imagining how he would like to wring that traitor's neck when a puff of white smoke materializes on his desk. When the smoke disappears, rather than the toad he was expecting, he's greeted with a crow. Dropping 2 scrolls on the table, the crow speaks. I have scrolls from Mikoto-sama. One of them contains the objective, and the other the Nibi Jinchuruki. Hiruzen gapes at the crow, his pipe falling onto the floor. The Nibi Jinchuruki? What was Mikoto doing fighting? No, never mind. Not like it matters. At least this deals a much-needed blow to Kumo. He makes a sign, one of his Anbu appearing beside him as a result. Here, take this to Ibiki. Tell him he is to use whatever means he deems needed to extract information from the prisoner. The only restriction is that the prisoner is to be left alive for now. With a bow, the Anbu takes the scroll and disappears. Sighing, Hiruzen rubs his forehead. He needs to find a way to dispel the rumors regarding Itachi. He can't afford to lose another shinobi of that caliber. He also needs to get the evacuation procedures updated and change the guard rotations to remove Shursui. Not to mention figuring out how to replace the police force. It has been a position held by the Uchiha, and with the clan dead, Konoha is bereft of its police force as well. Assigning ANBU isn't feasible as they are needed elsewhere. Demon Minato and his need to be a hero. He should have let Hiruzen die in his place. At least then Hiruzen would have managed to get some peace. The fact that Kumo wouldn't have so much as dreamed of declaring war if the Yellow Flash was still walking the streets of Konoha is a different, irrelevant matter. When he hears another poof of smoke, he slowly opens his eyes, dread seeping into his bones the moment he sees another crow. Report. He grits out, teeth clenched. Following her defeat of the Nibi, Mikoto-sama was pursued by the Hachibi Jinchuruki. She was able to injure him but was ultimately captured. I retrieved her eyes to safeguard her until her return and came to inform you of the situation, as per my orders. That, the crow poofed away. Umbu. Get me Kakashi. Ibiki going through his paperwork for the day when an ANBU flickered into his office, immediately gaining his attention. There are only a few reasons ANBU would show up in his office. You have a new prisoner. Nodding, Ibiki takes the scroll, examining it. A prisoner scroll. An alive one then. Excellent. Far more information to be gathered from a living prisoner than from a dead one. My orders. Anything you deem necessary, as long as the prisoner is alive at the end. Ibiki whistles at that. He's rarely given that much freedom with a prisoner. Usually, he's ordered to cause no visible damage. He can Inoichi and Anko into this. Have it taken care of by the end of the day. Who's the prisoner? The Nibi Jinchuruki. That's not ideal. He can't bring Inoichi in on this. Jinchuruki have the best mental defense in existence, considering that their mental defense consists of getting past the bijous sealed inside them. And Anko is a bit too young to be trusted with this. He'll just have to take care of this himself then. However, he's going to need to submit a resource allocation form to get a medic assigned to this prisoner, considering the importance. Kakashi stands before his leader, summoned as soon as he stepped foot in the village, worried as to why he was summoned as he was. His worry only skyrockets when he enters the Hokage's office, only to find the Hokage gritting his teeth in fury. Hokage-sama. Kakashi. You have a new mission. Uchiha Mikoto has been captured by Kumo. You are to rescue her before she reaches the village. In the situation that you are unable to do so, you are to decimate as many Kumo shinobi as you can in retaliation. Kakashi salutes, shaking off any lingering exhaustion he's feeling. Sasuke curls up in his bed, trying his best not to cry. His mother is captured by Kumo, Shirsenai is hospitalized, and Itachi had to leave the village because everyone thinks he is a murderer. Sasuke's the oldest one now, he's responsible for the remaining of his clan, and he can't break down. But he feels so alone. Sasuke is broken from his crying at sounds from the kitchen. Tightening his hold on his kunai, he stalks out of his room and into the kitchen, ready to gut the intruder. He's already lost his family once. He'll make sure it doesn't happen again. He bursts through the door, kunai at the ready. Sharingan blazing, willing to take down the intruder for the safety of his clan, only to freeze in shock. Naruto? He asks, voice wispy. What are you doing here? And what are you wearing? For standing in front of him is Uzumaki Naruto, his best friend, wearing a tacky orange apron. What's it look like I'm doing? I'm cooking tebeo. You'd eat nothing but tomatoes if it was up to you. Sasuke splutters, refusing to acknowledge the blonde's words, no matter how true they might be. Zuku and the rest are gathering up the rest. Help me set the dishes. Sasuke nods dumbly still. Not sure what's going on. He decides the best way to find out is to ask. What's going on? Why are you here, Naruto? Huffing, Naruto reaches out and whacks him over the head with a spoon. What do you mean, why am I here? You need your friends at times like this, you a-hole. Now shut up and help me set the dishes. I made that one curry that Auntie Mikoto taught me. For the first time since that night, Sasuke's eyes light up. The one with tomatoes and cashews? Yeah, that's the one, tebeo. A golden chain cut through the air, wrapping itself around Izuku's leg, who was poised to kick Naruto's head off. Behind you, brat. Naruto flexes his shoulders, chains sprouting from them and covering his back. Just in time, too, considering he hears a blast go off behind the barrier. Thanks, Kurama. The chain wrapping around Izuku twists, throwing him away. Naruto looks around to spot the rest, finds Sasuke going through hand signs, and takes the moment of freedom to slap his hand on the ground. Dozens of spiked, golden chains shoot out of the ground and try to turn Sasuke into a pincushion, distracting him from finishing his jutsu. Done with that, he slams his other hand on the ground, he retracts the chains. Hearing Sakura trying to sneak up on him, he bends forward, his back facing the sky. Chains burst out of his back, growing and bending until they formed a layered dome around him. He hears her fist clang onto the chains, rattling them, but he pays it no attention. He closes his eyes, focusing all of his attention on the chains. It's hard to control his chains when there are this many of them out, what with each of them acting like a separate limb and all, but he thinks he's getting used to it. He just needs to focus a bit, and he can feel exactly where his chains are. He hears a grunt in the back of his mind before the mental strain of controlling his chains is removed. He opens his glowing red eyes with a grin. Finally feel like helping out, Kurama? Other than an indignant huff, he doesn't get a reply. But that's fine. Sasuke might be better at what little ninjutsu they've managed to learn, and Izuku and Sakura might be much better at taijutsu than him cause they're learning Bachan style, but when it comes to defense, he and his chains are unbeatable, Databeo. And with Kurama keeping hold of the chains forming the dome, Naruto can put his attention on winning. Chains slowly crawl out of his arms. From his palms, his forearms, his shoulders, his elbows, everywhere. They all pierce the ground, slithering under the dome, sprouting outside, like a very angry and stabby flower. Naruto loves his chains. His mom must have been so kick-ass if she had them too, Tebeo. Of course she was. She had to be able to hold me down. Naruto blinks and rubs his eyes, trying to shake off the sweet allure of his bed to look in the window, which someone has been knocking on. In the middle of the night. There's only one person weird and stupid enough to pull shit like this, and he swears he's going to kick that BSTRD's butt, Tebeo. Wrenching open the curtains and window, Naruto glowers at Sasuke, hoping his excuse for pulling this kind of thing is stupid enough for Naruto to stab him or something. When he's met with a serious, if sheepish expression, Naruto sobers up. What is it? Is anyone bothering you or the kids? 'Cause I can go wake up Katsuki and Izuku and we can go set their house on fire or something, Tebeo. Sasuke morosely shakes his head. No, it's not that. It's just. Sighing, he shoves a crumpled roll of paper that might have at some point been a scroll into Naruto's hands. The council sent me a notice. With a lack of functional Uchiha adults in the village, the clan is without a head, and the council has decided to take care of clan matters until either I am old enough, Shursui wakes up, or my mother escapes Kumo. Naruto can see why Sasuke would be sad at that. A bunch of rickety old fossils that love that blabber on about shit they don't know, in charge of Sasuke's clan? Yeah, that's like really stupid, Tebeo. Why'd you come to me though? Sasuke flaps his hands in the air, which, combined with his stupid haircut and pout, makes him look like a constipated duck. You've been reading through Konoha's laws at Tsunade-sama's request. Tell me you know a loophole that can get me to be clan head. Please, Naruto, those idiots said that the first order of business is to teach us fire safety. Your village sure is talented at taking me off guard. No one else would think to try and temper the flames of the children of the sun, the descendants of the moon and the sky. Naruto's not sure if Kurama meant that literally or like metaphorically, but Naruto gets the gist of it. It is a stupid thing to try. Every single Uchiha Naruto has known loved fire. Aunt Mikoto even calls Sasuke her little spark or her little ember. You could just, like, join the council, right? And council members are allowed to become clan head. Idiot. We are 14. How would I go about joining the council? Naruto stares at Sasuke weird, 'cause the BSRD's always been stupid, but never this stupid. You just said you're the oldest Uchiha, right? Just claim the seat of the chief of the police force. You'd be a part of the division head council, and then just submit the form or whatever to become clan head. Boom. Weirdos dealt with. Sasuke frowns at that. But then I'd actually have to do police work, and I can't do it on my own. Naruto reaches out his hand, picks up his pillow, and chucks it at the BSRD. How many times do we gotta say you can rely on us to help you, Tebeo? And I can just use Kagebunshin and Henge to create a small army of Uchiha lookalikes or something. It'd be great training. Believe it. Izuku looks down at the green jumpsuit he's holding, then back to his sensei. Is this necessary, Guy-sensei? Guy flashes him a shining smile and a thumbs up. Of course, my youthful student. How else are you to show the world your youthful, passionate spirit? Izuku nods, his resolve growing. He is going to do as Guy-sensei says, and he is going to become strong. Strong enough to save Aoi. Strong enough to surpass Guy-sensei. Strong enough to surpass all might. Guy-sensei, teach me taijutsu. I want to learn and master every taijutsu style you know. And to do that, he's going to need to learn as much as he can. After all, no hero is a one-trick pony. Naruto tightens the BLNDFLD and relaxes where he's sitting. It's a beautiful day outside, so even if he can't see it, it feels nice to be sitting under the funny-looking tree in the backyard. Sasuke's the best at genjutsu cause of his stupid eyes, but Naruto is at it. Sure, he and Kurama can break pretty much and genjutsu therein once they figure out they're stuck in an illusion. The both of them have a lot of chakra and are just super cool on top of it. But Sasuke, the BSTRD, decided to learn more subtle genjutsu, so Naruto doesn't even realize he's in an illusion, and so can't break it. Stuff like making everything seem like they were a couple of inches to the left, making rocks and holes and other traps seem like solid ground. So Naruto has decided that he's going to fight with just his ears and nose, kinda like how Kashianai fights with just his nose and his doggies. After annoying Kurama into giving him instructions on how to do that, 'cause his little brother is the best at hearing, Tebeo, Naruto tries to feel around for his chakra. His chakra, like everyone's chakra from what he knows, is chaotic and gives off an energizing feeling. This makes sense, because he read a couple of scrolls that talk about how some Fuinjutsu masters believed chakra to be our souls, as leaving a residue of chakra in a seal can result in an imprint of the user being stored, a fragment of themselves. As confusing as the advanced chakra theory scrolls were, they were worth the effort it took to read them, if only because the idea of chakra imprints used in seals to act as messages, warning, or even a failsafe was like, super cool, Tebeo. You got distracted. Focus. His chakra. He can do this. His chakra feels fluid, shifting from a cold, sharp winter breeze to the gentle push and pull of the tide. His chakra feels pleasant and lively, but whenever it shifts to soft waves on the shore, to the pull of the current, to the swirling whirlpool, something within him sings in pleasure. In longing. In grief. Don't. Kurama snarls. Naruto startles, hitting his head against the trunk of the tree he's leaning on. What the hell, Kurama? You idiot. Do you plan to follow every call you hear? Now stop messing around and get back to enhancing your ears and nose with chakra. Jiraiya looks over at Naruto, contemplating. The whole shitshow with the Uchiha clan ended up with people thirsting for Kumo blood, and Sensei temporarily decreasing enrollment and graduation ages, something that has only happened to prodigies, and not a whole generation. But with the deaths from the Third Ninja War, the deaths from the Kyuubi attack, and now the death of their strongest clan, Konoha and Sensei, are desperate enough to go against tradition. Only makes matters worse that they're slowly losing their S-ranks one by one. Shursui, Itachi and Mikoto are otherwise indisposed, and Sensei is hardly in fighting shape at this point. He's grown rusty sitting behind that desk of his. This generation, Naruto's generation, is going to have to do what no one has needed to do since the founding of Konoha, become child soldiers. Jiraiya shrugs his discomfort away with ease born of practice. Ruminating on the what-ifs and what-wills is pointless. If Naruto has to become a ninja and go to war when he's still a scrappy teen, Jiraiya just going to make him the most overpowered teen on the battlefield. Hopefully, that'll keep him alive long enough for him to grow into himself. Alright Naruto, I'm going to say something very important, and I need you to pay attention. Got it? You got it, pervy sage. You're gonna have my undvd'd attention, Tebeo. Twitching at the name, Jiraiya nods. Good. Now, how many jutsu do you think a good ninja learns, and how many do they use in a fight? Naruto scratches his nose, squinting his eyes as he does so, and reminds Jiraiya of Minato so much that he must check that he hasn't been knocked back in time. I mean, shouldn't ninja know as much jutsu as they can, Tebeo? Like Kashin II. He knows over 1,000 jutsu, right? The sage clicks his tongue in annoyance. That brat's an exception, not the rule. A good ninja knows and masters around 10 jutsu, max, and they use 3 or fewer in a fight. What? That's like, super lame, Tebeo. Jutsu are super cool. Ak. Naruto clutches his head, mock glaring up at Jiraiya. Listen, brat. A ninja strives to finish a fight as quickly and efficiently as possible so that they will be ready for whatever may come next, whether that be a new enemy or a mission. If you master too many jutsu, you will be stuck with indecision in the middle of a fight trying to decide which one to use. Your chains are the perfect example. You can learn a jutsu to attack, one to restrain, and one to defend, or you can master a single jutsu enough that it can serve multiple purposes. Putting his hand in his coat, he searches around for a moment, then removes a handful of scrolls. These are a collection of jutsu scrolls. I want you to read all of them and tell me if any of them click with you. Finish by the time I'm back, and I'll teach you a jutsu an old student of mine created. Naruto's eyes shine in excitement. Which one? Which one? Smiling indulgently, he lifts his hand, palm up, and gathers chakra in it. A moment later, his hand is holding a ball of swirling chakra. The Rasengan. Mikoto struggles to breathe, her injuries, both existing and newly inflicted since her arrival here, acting. They've kept her blind, chained, injured, and bleeding to keep her too out of it to fight or escape. to scare and pressure her into breaking and spilling information. Fools. The Uchiha clan has been courting death for as long as they've existed. Have lived with her as their only constant, their only companion, for centuries. Mikoto will gladly dance with death when her time comes, but how impudent it is of Kumo to assume that she will die a mortal death. For as blind as she is an Uchiha, and her eyes will hum with power like they always have. Her veins filled with liquid fire like they always have. Stretching her senses out, she double-checks that there aren't guards nearby. Her right hand flashes through one-handed hand signs, and she feels the weight of 2 crows settling on her shoulders. Kuroyami. Kuromori. Shadow the Raikage. I want to know everything he's planning regarding the upcoming war. Do not appear in front of anyone other than me. With not a noise, the crows leave her, presumably diving into one of the shadows to hide. Escaping would lead to her fighting the entirety of Kumo, and that is something she cannot afford. So she will wait. Wait until she has an opportunity. Wait until her rescue arrives. And when that time arrives, when she is done waiting, she will bathe in the ashes of this village. Kumo wants to imprison a child of fire? A child of the sun? They are welcome to court the consequences as well. He leaned back in his throne, palms gripping the arms of the chair. Thats hao you wanttoplayyit, huh, go ingtohidbndtgwlls ofkonoa, areyounin, wll, fine, yourpowrwrwillbe miani arijar Yugao, from her perch on the mountain, looks down at the valley in front of her, assessing how much of a threat the staff manning the outpost are. Jiraiya-sama received intel of Kumo developing new weaponry in a remote facility, so Kakashi-senpai, Shirunai-san and her were sent to destroy the facility and retrieve anything they can. A low growl startles her, making her flinch despite years of training. She turns around to find Kakashi-senpai's snarling, glowing sliver eyes filled with anger directed at the outpost below. Snorting, Shirunai bumps shoulders with him. "What's got you so?" said Kakashi. When Kakashi-senpai answers, his voice is a whisper. "One of the same ones that tried to kidnap the kids. I don't know how they escaped, but I can smell them in the camp." "Calm down, Wolf," Shirunai says, his tone gentle and soft, with a care and familiarity that Yugao can't begin to understand. "No one is denying you your prey. You can let your fangs taste blood, but you need to wait until we retrieve what we need from that facility." Nodding in assent, he stalks off, static sparking off of him. Yugao looks at Shirunai in confusion. She's never seen her captain like that, with his emotions out of control, with his emotions controlling him, but it was obvious that Shirunai has. Given his expression, he understands her unspoken question. "You know the saying, nothing's more dangerous than a man with nothing left to lose?" Well, Kakashi's clan has always took that saying personally. A Hatake is at their most dangerous when they have someone to care for, someone to lose. Nothing brings out a Hatake's primal, animal instincts to the surface faster than protective rage. Kakashi struggled with it a lot when he was a kid. Hell, I remember old man Tsukumo struggling with it way back. AI massages his forehead. Those med tree-hugging BSTRDS. Looking up, he stares the shinobi in front of him, the only survivor of their newest research facility looking into the application of that or they found. "I don't need your insane ravings, you fool. What were the numbers? How many Konoha nin were taken out?" AI doesn't even have in him to shout at the moron at this point. He's so effing tired. These last couple of years they've had problem after problem, and as the Raikage, solving all that nonsense fell on him. Which of course means doing quadruple the amount of paperwork he used to, and that's on a good day. Now he has an idiot shinobi who was spared by Konoha to send a message, but idiot's apparently too spooked to remember anything of importance. Just keeps ranting of a white specter that breathes lightning instead of air, that apparently managed to break the sky into pieces. He has half a mind to go scream at someone for not getting the genjutsu off his shinobi before letting him in to report when his raving subordinate slams his hands on AI's table. "And I keep telling you, it wasn't an assault. One moment, we were minding our business, going about our day and conducting tests and research, The next we hear howling of wolves from everywhere. And then before we could blink it was over. AI stills, because a part of that is very familiar. There was only 3 people AI has ever feared. Namikaze Minato, the only person to have ever been faster than him. Someone who toyed with both AI and his brother, before kicking them out of his village. Uzumaki Kushina, the Red Devil, the Red Death, the River of Blood, the woman who systematically tore Kumo apart for their slights against her and hers. And Hatake Tsukumo, the man who carved through his forces, who turned battlefields into smoking craters, the man who brought AI and Kumo to their knees for no other reason than he could. But AI knew better, having seen him action in the Second War. He knew better, having seen his son in action in the Third War. And the only thing father and son had in common was that they reveled in bloodshed. That they seemed more at home on a battlefield, covered head to toe in blood. He knows that the myths surrounding the Hatake clan, and having seen those two on the battlefield, AI has determined there's a truth to them. That the Hatake clan are less human, and more demon, more animal. That they are creatures of war. He's heard the rumors over the years, but he dismissed them. Hatake Kakashi had lost everything and everyone he had loved, one by one, until it broke him. Until he was a shell, going through motions. And AI had been ecstatic at the news. Broken and lost, Hatake wouldn't have been much of a threat. He might have even welcomed the chance at death. So he hopes dearly that his shinobi is just under a genjutsu. Because despite the troubles they've been facing, AI was confident of their chances against Konoha. The Senju clan was non-existent, the Uchiha were wiped out, the Hatake broken or dead, Uzushio and the Uzumaki decimated, the Sannin fractured, the Hokage well past his prime, and the Yellow Flash and Red Death dead. Even with the disappearance of Yujito and the Nibi, he thought Konoha wouldn't be able to put more than a token resistance to him and B. But the Hatake is no longer broken. Someone won over the loyalty of the Hatake enough for him reforge himself. Enough for him to claim them as their pack. Dismissing the idiot still in front of him, AI reclines in his chair. If only AI didn't listen to the council. If only they didn't cripple themselves attacking Uzushio. If only AI moronic predecessor didn't throw the Hatake's loyalty back in their face, they would have stayed in Kumo instead of leaving for Konoha. If only. Irika looks over at his students with exasperation, trying to keep his temper in check. The least he could do on their last day in the academy was indulge them in their excitement. After all, he remembers well what it feels like to be sitting behind those benches, waiting eagerly to find out what team you're on. Even if his students are younger than they really should be. All right class, settle down. Team 1. Team 6, Aburame Fo, Bakugu Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku. Sensei, Uchiha Shursui. Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Sensei, Hatake Kakashi. When Shursui woke up, he wasn't worried in the slightest about whether the children, the ones his kinsman died protecting, the ones he had nearly given his life to protect, were hurt. The last thing he remembered before collapsing was the sight of Jiraiya of the Sannin emerging from an alleyway, 2 toads perched on his shoulders, all 3 of their eyes glowing with power. It was a sight few had likely witnessed and even fewer survived to speak of, for only the truly foolish would drive one of the Sannin to such fury. So no, Shursui hadn't been worried about the children. Their survival was guaranteed the moment his backup arrived. He was also quietly relieved that the war with Kumogakure hadn't begun yet. For many reasons. First, he didn't intend to miss out on the action. Not out of pride, but purpose. Konoha would need every capable shinobi if they were going to win, and he wasn't about to sit on the sidelines while others bled. Second, Kumo had made it personal. They were holding Mikoto-san and Uchiha, a mother, and one of the last remaining links to their shattered clan as a political hostage. And worst of all, they had sent demands. Shursui had read them. Fools. They had caged a child of fire, a child of the sun and sky, and believed her harmless. Believed her tamed. But it was an inevitability that Mikoto-san would escape. And it was just as inevitable that she would leave behind a sea of blood and ash in her wake. When that time came, Shursui would not simply stand back and watch. He would do his duty as kin, as clan, as Uchiha. He would help set the spark that burned Kumogakure to the ground. But what made Kumo's crime truly unforgivable in the eyes of any true Uchiha wasn't just that they had taken Mikoto-san. It was that they hadn't killed her. To die in defense of one's kin, that was the death every Uchiha longed for. To fall with Sharingan blazing, surrounded by those they swore to protect. That was the only kind of ending their blood ever accepted. Kumo had denied her even that. They kept her caged, blinded, injured, tortured. Not to break her body but to break her will. They wanted her to turn. To betray the village of her ancestors. To turn her back on kin, no matter that most were already dead. And that was the unforgivable sin. So let the fools choke on the fire they dared provoke. Instead, he focused on what mattered now, making sure Hokage-sama knew the truth of Danzo's betrayal. Danzo had attacked him, personally ripped out his eye, and had orchestrated the attack on the Uchiha clan. Justice demanded retribution, and Shisui intended to see the old man executed for his crimes. Unfortunately, Shisui had underestimated Danzo. While he lay unconscious in the hospital, recovering from his injuries in a coma, Danzo had moved swiftly. He erased every trace of evidence that could tie him to the attack, tampered mission records, altered surveillance scrolls, silenced witnesses through bribes or threats. Root operatives even infiltrated the hospital to remove traces of Shisui's chakra from the scene. And worst of all, Danzo had preemptively discredited Shisui's testimony. Upon his awakening, Shisui was informed by a council member that his memories of the incident were deemed unreliable due to the psychological trauma and temporal disorientation common after comas. But the greatest outrage, as far as Shisui was concerned, was the framing of Itachi. Danzo had pinned the blame for the clan's deaths on him, turning a loyal shinobi into a villain in the eyes of the village. Shisui took a deep breath, forcing calm into his lungs. He could not afford to lose control, not here, not now. Burning down the hospital in a fit of rage would only give Danzo more ammunition. His kinsmen had been slaughtered, yes, but they had died the way every true Uchiha longed to, defending their clan and kin. Justice would come. Vengeance would be served. But for now, he had responsibilities. Hokage-sama had briefed him soon after he awoke. Sasuke had stepped into leadership with unexpected grace. It should have been Itachi. It should have been him. But fate had demanded something else, and the brat had delivered. But with Itachi unofficially banished to protect him from overzealous vigilantes, Shisui comatose, and Mikoto-san reportedly captured by Kumo, the responsibility of leading the clan had fallen to Sasuke-kun. The young Uchiha had stepped into the role with unexpected maturity, even taking over the position of head of police. From what Shisui had been told, the brat was doing a phenomenal job. Naturally, Shisui wasn't about to let his baby cousin's baby brother outwork him, coma or not. So he immediately petitioned the Hokage to return to active duty and resume S-rank missions. His request was summarily rejected. Instead, he was given a new assignment tailored to help him ease back into fieldwork, leading a genin team. Which led to now. He stood in front of 3 15-year-olds, mentally reviewing their files as he introduced himself. Midoriya Izuku, an orphan found in the woods and raised in Konoha. Trained in taijutsu by Suna-sama and further mentored by Mato Gai, inspired by the boy's youthful spirit. He was physically strong and fast without chakra enhancement, though he could use it if needed. A budding taijutsu specialist, blending the styles of Tsunade, Gai, and Shisui himself. Shisui planned to develop a training regimen to push Izuku's speed even further, before introducing him to the standard Shunshin technique, and eventually, Shisui's own advanced variant. Aburame Fu, a survivor of Takigakure's destruction, adopted into the Aburame clan. Unusually in sync with their techniques despite not being born into the clan, and suspected of being an Uzumaki descendant due to her massive chakra reserves. She excelled in genjutsu, which was rare for her clan. Shisui intended to put her through every illusion he knew. Mastery required experience, after all. Bakugo Katsuki, allegedly Izuku's older brother, though Shisui doubted they were blood-related. The boy possessed a unique bloodline limit that allowed him to detonate explosions from his palms. While Shisui empathized with the budding pyromania, He knew the kid needed to learn restraint. He was far too careless with his explosions, setting them off too close to his teammates for his taste. Worse, he relied solely on his bloodline for offense. Shisui planned to teach him some Katan Jutsu to broaden his arsenal. Kakashi Hatake slipped through the window of Shisui's small apartment, narrowly avoiding the kunai that flew toward his face. No need to be so dramatic, Shisui-kun. Use the bloody door next time, Kakashi-senpai, Shisui muttered, walking over to pluck the kunai from the wall. Kakashi just hummed innocently as he leaned against the windowsill. What do you need? Shisui asked, already returning to his seat. Hokage-sama's sending both our teams on their first C ranks, Kakashi said, tossing 2 scrolls onto the table. They've been genin for a bit over a month now, and our reports seem to have convinced the old man they're ready. You've got a C-rank scouting mission to investigate a village west of Konoha possible genjutsu interference. I'm taking mine on an escort to Nami no Kuni. Shisui picked up the scouting scroll and scanned its contents. Should be simple. Probably just a genin-level missing nin. But you didn't come here just to deliver scrolls, did you? Kakashi's eye crinkled in amusement. Still sharp. One of my genin, Naruto, could benefit from joining your mission. He's weak in genjutsu detection, and this would be a great learning experience. Shisui shrugged with a sly grin. I'm fine with that if you let one of mine join you. Midoriya Izuku. Aspiring taijutsu master. He could learn a lot from you. Kakashi straightened slightly, clearly intrigued. Broccoli-kun? I don't mind. He's practically one of mine already. All he had to do was ask. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding. It was time for the next generation to step into the fire.